near Mansbridge.
And hello again. Well, the Liberals have given a little ground in the Battle of the Atlantic, and they're marching into a danger zone now. Will the Conservatives hit hard? Here's the big picture right up to the minute. These are the party standings based on Atlantic Canada and one riding that's already reporting in Quebec. It shows the Liberals elected in 18 seats, elected in 18 and leading in one for a total of 19. The Conservatives 9 and 1 for a total of 10. The NDP 3 and the Bloc Québécois leading in one seat, but it's an interesting story. We'll tell you about it in a moment. Overall, the vote change. And this is what the experts are looking at to see whether the Liberals are holding their vote. Well, in fact, they're not. They're down a bit in Atlantic Canada, just under 40%. And who's up? Well, the Conservatives are up, almost at 35%. A gain of about 5 percentage points for them. The NDP more or less flat at where they were the last time round in 2004. The rest of the parties, led by the Green Party, have that small other slice of the pie. The polls closed a while ago in Atlantic Canada. Some of the highlights, let's have a look at them now. In King's Hants, the riding held by the former Progressive Conservative, now Liberal, for the second time round, Scott Brison holds that seat in King's Hants. And also, the other big dominant figure from Atlantic Canada is Peter MacKay. In Central Nova, he holds on to his seat. So the two major combatants in the House of Commons over the past year from Atlantic Canada both hold on to their seats, but there are changes afoot. The Liberals losing votes in each of the 4 Atlantic provinces. Not a lot of seats, though. Overall, those numbers, 19 Liberals leading or elected, the Conservatives at 10, the NDP at 3, and Bloc leading in that one seat. Just slightly over the Conservatives, and it's a riding in the Île-de-Madeleine-Gaspé region, one the Tories did not even expect to be a factor in. Let's check in with Scott Brison. He joins us now live from his riding, Wolfville, Nova Scotia. Mr. Brison, you've been re-elected, but you've seen the numbers. Your party down slightly in seats, but down in votes in each of the Atlantic provinces, a region where the Liberals have historically done well. What does that tell you?
Well, see, Peter, we've done well in Atlantic Canada, and I think it's important to recognize that the old Progressive Conservative Party in the past has done well in Atlantic Canada, and the fact that Atlantic Canadians understand that the old Progressive Conservative Party is not the same as Stephen Harper's Conservative Party. When they took out Progressive, it wasn't just a change in name. It was a basic fundamental repositioning of that party on social issues. That party has nothing to do with the party of Bob Stanfield or the party of Joe Clark.
All right, but as you well know, people were looking for a sign in Atlantic Canada. Are the Conservatives of Stephen Harper starting to pick up votes in a region they historically have not done well in? They have picked up votes, and could that be the sign that in the rest of the country they're going to start picking up seats?
No, with respect, Peter, your basic premise is wrong. The old Progressive Conservative Party did well here. Stephen Harper's party is not doing well in Atlantic Canada, and I think Atlantic Canadians understand that the fundamental principles behind the Conservative Party do not represent either Atlantic Canadian interests or Canadian values. Stephen Harper does not defend the Charter of Rights that defends the rights of all Canadians. Stephen Harper stands against bilingualism, multiculturalism, and the basic policies that have built the Canada that is the envy of the world.
All right, Mr. Brison, got to stop you there. I do appreciate your time, but we hear your message. You've been re-elected. We congratulate you on that.
Thanks very much, Peter. All the best.
All right. We move on from King's Hants to Central Nova, where the Deputy Leader of the Conservative Party, Peter MacKay, is standing by with a smile on his face, and perhaps rightly so. While the party has not caught the Liberals in Atlantic Canada in seats, they've done not badly in terms of votes. Your reaction tonight, Peter MacKay?
Well, Peter, we're feeling very positively here in Central Nova and across Atlantic Canada. As you outlined in your opening, we've made gains, we've picked up seats, we're feeling good heading into the province of Quebec. We hope for a historic change there as well. And this is very much a party of the future. It's more inclusive, it has more youth, more diversity than any party in the House of Commons before this campaign began. And I'm very proud to come from a region where we've had people like Bob Stanfield that have played prominent roles. And we know that Atlantic Canada will continue to play a very prominent role in hopefully a new elected Conservative government at the end of the evening. So this has been a tremendous campaign based on ideas, based on a positive vision for the future. And Atlantic Canadians have responded. We have more work to do, and we'll continue to do that important outreach. But this is a party now that that obviously is on the move. We have more seats now than we've had in the last 12 years. That signals that Atlantic Canadians have embraced the change, have embraced this modern vision of the Conservative Party, and Stephen Harper has reached out significantly in Atlantic Canada, and we're seeing the rewards for that effort.
All right. The battle between you and Mr. Bryson continues. Obviously, different reflections on what's happened so far tonight. Peter MacKay, we appreciate your time. Thanks very much for joining us.
Thank you, Peter. Appreciate it.
All right, Peter MacKay and Scott Bryson, both re-elected tonight. Their numbers are starting to roll in already from different parts of the country as the polls have now closed right through Quebec, Ontario, the Prairies, and Alberta. A couple of seats also in the north. Let's check in with some of the Ontario ridings already reporting. Our senior parliamentary editor, Don Newman, is watching Ontario tonight. Don.
Thank you, Peter. 3 ridings reporting. Something for everybody in Ontario so far, but something for everybody means less for the Liberals. Let's take a look at the first 3 ridings to get numbers on the board in the province. And we begin with Algoma. This is, well, first you see there 23, 12, 4, and 1. This is, well, we're going to Don Valley East. This is a Liberal hold. Ratanzi won the riding in 2004. If the Liberals were to lose this riding, they would be in serious trouble, and it's only 1 poll, but it's only a 13-vote lead, but no big surprise there. This is a big surprise, though. This is the riding of Algoma, the one I wanted to show you. This is Carol Hughes. She is leading Brent Saint-Denis of the Liberals. This is the riding that Lester Pearson held. It's been Liberal since 1935. The NDP are competitive in Northern Ontario, and if they were to take this seat, this would mean a long night probably all across Northern Ontario for the Liberal Party. And one more riding we should look at very quickly. This is the riding of Dufferin-Caledon. The Conservatives already had this riding. They are holding it. They are likely to keep every riding they have in the province and then add to them. That is the story we are looking for anyway, except maybe the riding of Newmarket-Aurora, where, as you know, Belinda Stronach got elected as a Conservative, but is now running as a Liberal. That'll be the interesting riding in that part of the country. But anyway, at the moment, each of the parties on the board in Ontario. Peter?
Right, Don, thanks very much. And as Don points out, very early going on those early Ontario ridings. And one of them in the first poll reporting a total of 6 votes in that one poll in Algoma. So that was a very small part of the riding. Keith Bogue is with us. And Keith, we have seen real numbers, though, hard numbers out of Atlantic Canada and final decisions made on there. Your assessment of what we saw in Atlantic Canada, those slight gains by the Conservatives, and what that may mean for the evening.
Well, I think there were good points made by both Scott Bryson and Peter MacKay. Atlantic Canada was a tough nut for the Conservative Party to crack under Stephen Harper, and as Peter MacKay points out, they've picked up 3 seats. That probably does mean something. How much it means, I think it's clearly too early to tell. But, you know, I know from talking to Conservatives going into this that their hopes were a little bit higher, that they might pick up a dozen seats in Atlantic Canada. They're short of that, but they've increased their seat number by at least 3 seats, it looks right now. I think the biggest surprise of the evening so far is on the Isle of Ile-de-la-Madeleine. We've mentioned that earlier, but if people don't know what's happening there, the bloc looks like it's in pretty solidly now, but as little as 10 minutes ago, there was a really tight race between the bloc and the Conservative Party, and no one expected that. If that is a harbinger of any kind of strength that Conservatives might have in Quebec, then we're in for a very, very interesting night. And you know, Conservatives, who see one of them, are very, very excited about what they're seeing there. Totally unexpected.
And while the Bloc does have the lead by about 5 percentage points in that riding, the Conservatives are still gaining 35% of the vote that's been counted in that riding so far, which is so far above where we were talking about Conservatives in any riding in Quebec a month ago. And this one in particular was not on the board of ridings that the Conservatives thought they might do well. Let's check in with the Atlantic Canada results, though, because most of them have been finalized tonight. Some interesting races, some interesting decisions. Susan Ormiston has been watching.
Thanks, Peter. I mean, when we look at the big picture, essentially the Conservatives gained 2 seats in Atlantic Canada, a bit of a disappointment. They had targeted as many as 7. Let's take a look at the vote change, or the seat change rather. 2 seats up as for the Conservatives. The Liberals lost 2, the NDP held their 3 seats, but a little bit of the story is also vote change and where their support came from. Well, the Conservatives went up 4.5%, mostly at the expense of the Liberals, down almost 4 percentage points, and the NDP held the same support as they had going into this election. Let's go to the ridings where the Conservatives gained those 2 seats. The first was in Avalon. Earlier in the evening in Newfoundland, Fabian Manning took this seat for the Conservatives, a former member of Danny Williams' legislature in Newfoundland. That's a gain for the Liberals. Also, the Conservatives. The other gain for the Conservatives in Tobique Mactaquac. Michael Allen here took it over Liberal Savoy here. He had a close race in other elections and he couldn't hold on this time. Now, I should tell you there is still a very tight race going on in Atlantic Canada, and that's in the riding of Madawaska-Restigouche. It has been flipping all evening. Every time they open a ballot box, you get a different result. At the moment, Jean-Claude Demure, the incumbent, is still in the lead for the Liberals, but Jean-Pierre Ouellette has been in the lead many times this evening. So we really don't know yet, Peter, whether the Conservatives will take 2 or 3 ridings as gains in Atlantic Canada. I also want to mention that all the cabinet ministers going into this election for the Liberals have been re-elected. You talked to Scott Bryson, one of them. Jeff Regan Fisheries in Halifax was re-elected. So was Joe Maguire, the Minister of Ocoa in Prince Edward Island, and Andy Scott in Fredericton. They were all re-elected tonight. And that's the story from Atlantic Canada.
All right, Susan, thank you. Well, the story in Quebec is going to be an interesting one tonight. Of that, there is no doubt. 75 seats at stake. We've heard from a couple already. Wendy Mesley is watching Quebec. Go ahead, Wendy.
Oh, I think it's going to be a fascinating story, Peter. The first results that we got out of Gaspésie, which is a riding in Quebec that is so far east, it's almost in the Atlantic region. And at one point, the Conservative was actually leading the Bloc Québécois. It was a complete surprise to probably everyone there but the voters. The Conservatives were certainly not planning on picking this up, but it looks as if the BQ will hold on to that. The big story, though, just an amazing surge by the Conservatives. Everyone was laughing at Stephen Harper when he said in the beginning he'd win seats. He hasn't won this one, but he's sure got bragging rights to say that he's starting to speak for Quebec. Another riding with a little bit of good news for the Liberals. It was expected that they would just barely hold on to their strongholds. This is Chicoutimi-Le Fjord. It was a BQ riding, but it looks as if the Liberals are in the lead. Very, very, very early result, and it's tied. But if the Liberals are to take this, it will be great news. He was actually a Tory who decided to run for the Liberals. We'll see at the end of the night whether he regrets that decision. So, Peter, a lot of people say that they think Stephen Harper actually cracked the secret code for appealing to Quebec, that his French is good, that he's been quoting René Lévesque, and most importantly, perhaps promising Quebecers more power and more money. Little whispers in his ear from Brian Mulroney and Liberal Premier Jean Charest. The message seems to be getting through in the first few hints that we have tonight, even in that second riding, Chicoutimi. The Tories were doing better than expected. Back to you, Peter.
All right, Wendy, thank you. The early numbers now starting to reflect across the board, coming in from Quebec right through to Alberta. And in the very early counting, and you've seen from the graphics we've been putting up from the ridings, that it's just 1 or 2 polls being counted so far, and we're not dealing with very heavy numbers. But in all of them, almost all of them, they seem to be favoring the Liberals. And that's why we're seeing them, the Liberal Party, right now leading or elected in 36 ridings, the Conservatives in 12, the NDP in 5, and the Bloc in that one riding that Wendy just mentioned. It's early in terms of those new ridings that have been added to the Atlantic Canada ridings. But nevertheless, when you look at Ontario right there, you've got the Liberals leading in 13, the Conservatives in 2. What's happening on the prairies? They're all closed now, 56 ridings at stake. Diana Swain's watching that. Diana.
Yes, in Alberta, they're saying wait, just wait. We've got 28 seats to report here, and one of them is already coming in. It's the riding of Crowfoot. Now, interesting to note that only one of 258 polls is reporting. Right now, it would give Kevin Sorensen 80% of the vote. Sounds a bit incredulous, except that when you look at the numbers from 2004, he won with 80% of the vote in Alberta. You can have no insecurity issues when you do that well in your riding. The other votes being counted and coming in so far tonight are from Manitoba, and this riding is interesting too. Selkirk-Interlake, as you can see, only 8 votes counted so far. But what's interesting is that the NDP is running Ed Schreier here. Many will remember he's a former Governor General. He is 70 years old, turned 70 during the campaign, shocked a lot of people by coming back into politics. He'd always kind of worked on the fray, still an interest in politics, but no one really expected him to run again. For the moment, he's trailing. This will be an interesting race, and we'll keep our eye on that one. And our first results in from Saskatchewan now come to us from this riding, Wascana. This is Ralph Goodale's riding. Interesting here because the income trust scandal really landed at his feet during the campaign. But he's considered a very good constituent, someone who has mastered the art form of balancing a big portfolio in Ottawa with his constituency work, considered a very popular person in his own right. We'll take a look at how he does in this riding tonight. Those are the ones that are reporting so far, Peter.
All right, Diana, thanks very much. We'll keep our eye on those ridings right across the prairies from Manitoba through to Alberta because they will have a great impact on the numbers at the bottom of your screen, especially when those Alberta numbers come in, also on the total vote that's cast in the country and when we see how it's splitting between the parties. Right now, though, the Liberals with what looks like a pretty good lead, 40 seats where they're leading or elected to 16 for the Conservatives. But you can tell, as we've been showing you the different riding results, that it's very early in the counting in all of those ridings, not many polls reporting. So we shouldn't make too many judgments based on what we've seen so far. And for that reason, as we keep watching the numbers add up, let's check in at NDP headquarters, where Susan Bonner is standing by, where Jack Layton will be speaking later on this evening. Susan.
Peter, hi. I'm here at Jack Layton's headquarters with the gentleman who will be the MC of tonight's festivities, a name known to Canadians, and his voice is even more famous, Stephen Page of the Bare Naked Ladies. Now, you do something that a lot of other people in your field do not do, and that is get involved in politics. You're actively involved with the NDP. Why?
You know what, I grew up listening to a lot of music that was English in the 80s, and there were a lot of artists there like Billy Bragg and the Smiths and Paul Weller who were really instrumental in my growth, who were vocal Labour supporters. I think that really influenced me. It really opened my eyes to the importance of politics, and if I can do that for one 15-year-old, then I've done my job.
And so, to that end, is there any one of your famous songs that you think sums up what you've seen in this election campaign?
Well, I've got a bunch of new songs that I may be playing tonight. One called Bull in a China Shop, which I might dedicate to Paul Martin.
And it's got a bull in a china shop. Okay, well, I think we can read into that. So we'll hear you sing this evening?
I will be singing in between introductions tonight.
Right. Stephen Page, thanks for being with us.
Thanks, Susan.
So, Peter, back to you.
All right, Susan, we'll try and get there to hear from Stephen Page. We all like Bare Naked Ladies. Stephen, interesting chap in his own right, quite apart from the music and his political affiliation, a man who is deeply has deep convictions about Canada and its sense of history of the country, as we've had him on a number of our shows over the years, different quiz shows, in fact, where he's done extremely well. The Liberals at 43, the Conservatives at 22, the NDP at 9, the Bloc at 4, as the numbers keep rolling in, but as you can see, still almost 230 ridings still to be heard from across the country, so there are going to be significant movement back and forth here as the different ridings come in. Let's have a look and see up to this moment where we are in seat changes. This is a look at the overall numbers counted so far tonight. We have the Liberals down a couple of seats, the Conservatives up 1, the NDP up 3 now. They're all in Ontario, and they're all in ridings that the NDP does not hold at the moment, 2 in Northern Ontario and 1 in the Hamilton area. The Bloc is down 2 seats at the moment of those that have been reporting so far. Those are the seat changes. That's going to change a lot in the next little while. This is always an interesting one to keep your eye on. That's the vote change overall. Right now, of the votes counted, this is everything, including heavily weighted to Atlantic Canada right now, as the Ontario numbers and Quebec numbers just starting to come in, as well as the prairies in Alberta. But you have the Liberals up, actually, a couple of points. The Conservatives up 5 points. How does this work? Everybody's up. There's something wrong there. As all the parties would like that.
Everybody's winning. Perfect.
That's an interesting.
I think we're going to put that one back on the board.
I think we can just wipe that board off the map and pretend we never saw it. Instead, we're going to go over and check in with Don Newman, who's watching the Ontario numbers, and here he is now. Don.
Thank you, Peter. And we should underline it is early going. The results are just starting to flow here in Ontario. But early going, it looks good for the NDP in 2 different parts of the province. Let's look first at Hamilton Mountain. In Hamilton Mountain, in that riding, there you see the Chris Charlton, who ran in this riding in 2004. At the moment, she has a very narrow lead, 19 votes over Bill Kelly. This is the riding that Beth Finney took away from the NDP in 1988. She is not running again. It was a very close race between her and Charlton last time. And for the moment, at least, Chris Charlton, with only 3 of the polls reporting, has a 19-vote lead. Then, way up in the other end of the province, this one is going back and forth with only 8 of the polls reporting. Originally, Susan Barclay from the NDP was in the lead, but now Roger Valley, who took the riding in a very close fight against guess whom? Susan Barclay. In 2004, he is now in the lead by 126 votes. But this one we'll watch very carefully. It could go back and forth all evening. But for the moment, at least, the Liberals holding on there. And one other riding that's a rather interesting one that everybody knows is in play. Parry Sound, Muskoka. Andy Mitchell, the Agriculture Minister, running against Tony Clement, the former Health Minister in Ontario. At the moment, 10 of the polls reporting, Mitchell has a lead of 173 votes. Tony Clement, if he were to get elected, and if the Conservatives were to form a government, would have to be considered a candidate for the cabinet in a Stephen Harper government. But so far, at least, that is not working out. Andy Mitchell is holding on. Andy Mitchell beat Lou Mackenzie in the 1997 election. He wasn't meant to win that one. And so far, against Tony Clement, he is in the driver's seat. But as we all said, early returns, early going. Peter.
All right, and it's we can never say that caution enough times. Early returns on these numbers where the polls just closed 20 minutes ago. One of the ridings we'll be watching closely tonight is the riding of Etobicoke Lakeshore, where Michael Ignatieff is running for the Liberal Party. No returns in yet from Etobicoke Lakeshore, but Evan Solomon is standing by there. It's been one of the feature ridings to watch right across the country. Evan, what have you got to tell us?
Well, Peter, it is indeed a very close race. Michael Ignatieff, as you know, the Liberals consider him a star candidate. He's running a very close race against the Conservative candidate, John Capobianco. As you know, the Harvard, world-renowned Harvard scholar is reputed by some to be a potential candidate for the leadership of the Liberal Party. And of course, he says he's got about 400 people out there trying to get the vote out. I'm standing here with the campaign co-president here, James Maloney, son of the Senator Maloney, who's also here. He had a lot of obstacles in this campaign to overcome. Controversy about Michael Ignatieff's nomination, controversy about his position on the war in the war in Iraq. How have you overcome these obstacles?
Short answer is hard work and honesty. A lot of that information came from a small group of people who were unhappy about Michael being the candidate. I can tell you, though, that the Liberals in Etobicoke Lakeshore are very happy about Michael being a candidate, and they're working hard for him. And we got the message out, and I think everybody else realized that Michael is an excellent candidate and that message was coming from people for the wrong reasons.
Interesting, Peter. Thanks, James. Peter, of course, just on Friday, the president of the Liberal Riding Association here actually resigned and threw his support to the Conservative candidate, John Capobianco. So it's going to be a very, very close race here in Etobicoke Lakeshore. Peter.
All right, Evan, thanks very much. If you've been following those numbers at the bottom of your screen, you can tell that things have been happening in these last few moments. And now, for the first time in the evening, the Conservatives have taken the lead in terms of the leading and elected ridings. Right now, they're at 59, the Liberals at 56, the NDP at 14, and the Bloc Québécois at 11. We are monitoring one specific number. Any combination of Liberal losses and Tory gains on the evening that reaches 36, that total of 36, that would show a shift in movement now from the Conservatives to the Liberals in terms of governing. That would give the Conservatives a government if, in fact, those two numbers totaled 36. At the moment, they're at 26, based on mostly on some of the numbers that have been happening very recently, just in these last couple of minutes, as you've seen the votes starting to come in a lot of ridings in different parts of the country, especially in Ontario. 61, 57, 15, 13 as we look at it now. Let's check in on how Jack Layton is doing, the leader of the NDP. We heard from his riding headquarters a little while ago, just one poll reporting in Toronto Danforth. It's close on one poll, as Layton has a 5-vote lead over Deborah Coyne of the Liberals. Layton not expected to be in trouble there, but obviously we're going to wait and see how these numbers roll out in Toronto Danforth. The other great story of the evening, of course, is Quebec. 75 seats at stake. Are the Conservatives making inroads? They are in votes. Are they doing it in seats? Here's Wendy Mesley. Wendy.
Well, at the beginning of this campaign, Stephen Harper said, I'm going to win seats in Quebec. He hasn't won any yet, but he is doing very well, much better than even his organizers would have expected. They thought, we won't be able to get our vote out. How are we going to deal with all these new Tory supporters? Well, it looks as if those voters are getting themselves to the polls. In most of the ridings where the Conservatives appear to be making early breakthroughs, so we'll take a look at some particular ridings in a moment, but they're leading now in 6, and that's holding back the BQ a little bit and definitely hurting the Liberals. We may be seeing the first signs of the Liberal collapse tonight and a surge of the Tories. Let's look at some ridings in particular. As we expected, most of these gains are happening in rural Quebec, in the Beauce. This will be very good news for Maxime Bernier. Stephen Harper said if he forms a government, this man wins, he'll be in his cabinet. This it's very, very, very early going, but it looks like he has a strong lead. His father was an MP here, very popular for many years, and he is leading. Another rural riding that we're going to keep an eye on tonight is Mégantic-L'Érable. This is towards the eastern townships. The BQ thought that they could hold on to it. This was Marcel Mass's old riding, so old stories are repeating themselves as old Tory roots seem to be getting a bit of water and spouting ahead. One more riding that we'll take a look at is Lévis-Bellechasse. This is another area where Tory seeds seem to be re-emerging, Peter. This is just across the river. You know that picture of Stephen Harper with the Chateau Frontenac in the back? Well, he was visiting this riding. This is a candidate with links to the ADQ, the sort of right-wing sovereigntist movement headed by Mario Dumont. It's very, very early on. But another hint that the Tories could be on the edge of a breakthrough. Stephen Harper's first Tory seats in Quebec. Back to you.
All right, Wendy, thank you. If the Tories are going to win tonight, they've got to do it in Ontario and a bit in Quebec. At the moment, with the early counting going on, they are doing it in both places. Here in Ontario, that's where it's happening, and that's where Don Newman is watching it. Don.
So right, Peter, the Conservatives are picking up seats. They are picking up seats at a fairly good clip in different parts of the province. Let's take a look at 3 ridings. Let's look at one down near Hamilton. This is Ancaster, Dundas, Flamborough. And there you have David Sweet. He is ahead of the Liberal Russ Powers, who won the riding in 2004. David Sweet is head of the Promise Keepers, which is a conservative organization, conservative social organization. It's a narrow lead at the moment. Let's be fair about this, 26 votes, and only 2 of the polls reporting. But nonetheless, if that is a sign of what is to come, then it's going to be a long night for some of those Liberals in Ontario. Burlington, not too far, just on the other side of Hamilton. This was an interesting race in 2004. Patty Torsney, who first won the riding in 1993 for the Liberals, took it from the Conservatives. She held on in 2004. This time, Mike Wallace, who was her opponent the last time around, he has the lead again, only 5 of 287 polls reporting, but a 20-vote lead, and this, one might guess, could be a long night again in Burlington this time around. And then way at the other end of the province, Ottawa West Nepean, this is an interesting race. This is a riding that in 1988 went Liberal. Marlene Catterall held it until she decided not to run this time around. John Baird, former Mike Harris and Ernie Eves cabinet minister, he moved over from his provincial riding, won over. He has a lead against Lee Farnsworth, and many people think that if there's a pickup in the Ottawa area for the Conservatives, John Baird is that pickup. Peter?
All right, Don, thank you very much. Conservatives starting to pull away now on that number. 82 leading or elected, 69 for the Liberals, the Bloc at 24, the NDP at 16. We have 1 independent on the board at the moment, and we'll check out who that is for you in a moment. But as it sits right now, the Conservatives keep this in mind too. Don warned us, Wendy warned us. These are some early returns from many ridings. There is a trend developing with the Conservatives seeming to lead in many of them, but the leads are very, very slight. Last time I looked, there were 25 ridings with a lead of under 10 votes. That shows you how close it is and also how early the returns are, just 1 or 2 polls reporting in many ridings. However, the Conservatives have got to be feeling good at the way things are unfolding as of this moment. 83 they're leading or elected in, 69 for the Liberals, 26 for the Bloc, 19 for the NDP, 20 now for the NDP, already showing a significant improvement over their results from last time round. Just to keep you in touch then, the The Independent is in Quebec. It's the shock radio host in Quebec City, André Auteur, who is leading in the riding of Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier, which may come as a surprise to some. So we're about to get BC joining us now as the last voters in the country are about to be counted.
From CBC News, Canada Votes Election Night continues. Here again is Peter Mansbridge.
And welcome to British Columbia and Yukon as they join our national broadcast now. Everybody in the tent, unplug the phone, don't answer the door. This is the best drama on television tonight. The Conservatives have now pulled ahead. Are we looking at the start of a Tory trend? Here's how things look at this minute in terms of the ridings that are reported so far. We have the Conservatives leading or elected in 84 ridings in the country. We have the Liberals leading or elected in 68, the Bloc Québécois in 29, and the NDP showing well tonight as well at 23. When you break it down from party standings and have a look at the way the vote is being revealed tonight and how it's being counted, the share of the vote, always interesting to look at. The Liberals still have more of the share of the vote counted so far than the Tories. They're behind in seats, but keep in mind, lots of Conservative seats to be heard from, especially in British Columbia, as well as many other parts of the country that haven't reported yet. The polls are closed, but there are still lots of votes to be counted. The NDP at 22%, if they hold that number, it's going to be a significant gain for them on the evening. But expect to see some shuffling around in terms of the percentage of the vote counted so far. A couple of prominents to look at that have just been reported in the last few hours. The former Governor General, Ed Schreier, former Governor General, Ed Schreier, is running in second place in Selkirk-Interlake, running for the NDP, of course, behind the Conservative incumbent in Selkirk-Interlake. And here's another one. Ralph Goodale, the Minister of Finance. Many consider what happened in the middle of the campaign when the RCMP announced the Income Trust investigation and focused, including an interview with Ralph Goodale, that had an impact on the campaign. Mr. Goodale, who's a popular figure in the Wascana region of southern Saskatchewan, we've seen enough votes already to declare that, in fact, Mr. Goodale will be re-elected in Wascana. There's a couple of ones to keep your eyes on here in Newmarket, Aurora. This is just one poll, and it, as you can tell from the number of votes that have been counted so far, is very, very early on the evening. But Belinda Stronach, who was elected as a Conservative in 2004, switched to the Liberals, as we all remember last year, helped the Martin government survive a parliamentary crisis last spring. She has an early lead of about 20 votes, just under 20 votes in Newmarket, Aurora. And in Central Nova, in Atlantic Canada, the Deputy Leader of the Conservative Party of Canada has been re-elected tonight. That's one of the questions. Will he be the Deputy Prime Minister in a Stephen Harper cabinet, if in fact that's what ends up being called for when all the votes are counted this evening? Scott Bryson and the Bryson-McKay battles over the past couple of years have been legend. They're both going back to the House of Commons as Scott Bryson is re-elected in his riding of King's Hants in Nova Scotia with roughly the same majority that he had last time round. So lots of drama still ahead for you. You don't want to miss a minute. With me, the CBC's chief political correspondent, Keith Bowe. There are your numbers up to this moment: 96 Conservatives, 85 Liberals. It's a good night for the Tories.
It is, and there are a lot of interesting things going on. We haven't got to the vote share yet that shows you the block number, but I can tell you they're losing a lot of votes in Quebec. That is going to be a big story. We don't know what it means in terms of seats in the long run, but stay tuned. We'll be watching that closely. The other thing is that the NDP vote seems to be holding solid according to all the indications we saw from polling during the campaign and so on. But even more than that, Ed Broadbent may want to correct me on this, but I think that the NDP, if it continued this trend, would have a higher vote share than at any other time in its history. Whether that turns into seats, again, is another story that we'll see tonight. But so many questions left unanswered. All we know for certain is that there is an awful lot of change out there. This election really has been about change.
And the Conservatives are making much of that change in Ontario and in Quebec tonight. If it's enough to put them into the position of governing the country, we're probably going to find out that in the next 10 minutes or so. We're looking very closely at the numbers. We want to be sure of any calls we make, so we'll double check them a few times. There's no rush to judgment here. 95 Conservatives leading or elected, 87 for the Liberals, 40 for the Bloc Québécois, 20 for the NDP, and that one independent in the Quebec City area riding, a kind of shock radio host, one of those talk radio hosts, very popular in the region. He's leading on the early returns there. Let's check in on one of the ridings of featuring a leader who is up for re-election tonight. That is Paul Martin, but he is trailing. Only 2 polls, out of 199 in La Salle et Marde, but Martin is trailing at this moment by 3 votes. We'll keep our eye on that one to see how things work out. In the riding of Calgary Southwest, though, the opposite is true. Stephen Harper seems roaring out of the first gate, the first poll. Nobody expects any problem for Stephen Harper here tonight in Calgary Southwest, fully expected to be re-elected. The issue is he going to be re-elected as Leader of the Opposition or Prime Minister of Canada? He must be feeling pretty bullish right now as he looks at those numbers. As for Paul Martin, he's playing cards in his Montreal area home tonight with his family. He's a big card player, keeping his eye, I'm sure, on the television screen. At the moment, his party in some degree of trouble. We'll check more on the Quebec numbers as they're rolling in from across that province. Wendy Mesley is watching them. Wendy.
There are so many stories to tell from the province of Quebec tonight, Peter. Obviously, the Tories are going to be happy with some of their results. The Liberals are not going to be very happy. Overall, let's see, the BQ is ahead but not as much as last time. 42 seats they're leading in. Last time they had 54 seats. The Conservatives, there's the biggest story of the night, 9 seats, and they've taken that mostly from the Liberals. Last time they had 21 seats. Let's see exactly how things have changed in this province. In the last vote, the BQ had 49% and they are down 7%. Most of that has gone to the Tories, as has the Liberal vote. A big chunk of that has moved over to the Conservatives. Robert Bourassa, the former Liberal Premier, once said, Peter, that when you fall from the 20th floor, it's a little difficult to stop at the 10th floor. That may be what's happening to the Liberals tonight. First hints of severe trouble for the Liberals. A couple of ridings they were hoping to hold on to, 2 of them. Pontiac, this is just across the river from Ottawa, the riding of Pontiac. It had been held by the Liberals. It looks as if it is now going to the Conservatives and to Lawrence Cannon. And another riding that we want to look at is Brome-Missisquoi. The Liberals had been hoping to hold on to that, but it looks as if it will instead be going to the Bloc Québécois. The candidate there had got in trouble with Duceppe because he said, "Oh, there's a lot of Federalists here. I don't really want to be talking about sovereignty." And Duceppe told him to get on with it. But whatever's happened, he does appear to be in the lead tonight. So back to you, Peter.
All right, Wendy, thanks very much. The latest report on what's happening in Quebec. Well, we can tell you we have seen enough. We've been checking the numbers, checking the figures, and are making our determination now. We are saying it is going to be a Conservative minority government. You're looking at the 22nd Prime Minister of Canada when he is sworn in, probably a week, 10 days away from now. Stephen Harper, 46 years old, turns 47 in April. And there's the reaction in Calgary at the headquarters for the Conservative Party as we suggest that, in fact, what's going to happen tonight is the Conservatives are going to form the next government. It's going to be a minority, not a majority. There's been a big push in the last 10 days for a majority government, but occupying this building, that's the nation's capital, of course, where it's just 9 minutes after 10 on this night. The next party to occupy the government side of the benches in this grand old building, the Parliament Buildings of Canada, will be the Conservative Party after 12, almost 13 years in the wilderness, after their devastating defeat in 1993, down to 2 seats. They fought their way back. They've gone through divisions of the party, and they've gone through some unity as well, obviously, to bring them to the point tonight where they are a party that is on the brink of power. Keith Bogue, a minority conservative government is what we expect will be the result of this evening.
And that answers 2 questions right away. It's going to be a conservative government, and it's going to be a minority, and that means it raises a 3rd question. Where is the balance of power going to lie? Obviously, the NDP has every reason to be concerned right now. They're at historic highs in terms of the vote share that they've got already. It's showing up in terms of seats. They've already got increases there. We haven't heard returns from one of their strongholds in the country, British Columbia, but that is where the drama goes now. How is this parliament going to work? If it is a minority parliament, will it be like the last one, where the NDP did not have the balance of power, and the balance of power shifted among parties? Or will it be cleaner and more stable because the NDP gets more seats and makes accommodations with the Conservatives? That's the question from now.
All right, still 50 ridings to come from, and of course the 36 in BC where the Conservatives are expected to do well. Obviously we factor that into the equation tonight in terms of the numbers that we are forecasting. But we are saying it's going to be a Conservative minority government. The Liberals will be in opposition, but who will hold the balance of power? How well will the NDP do by the end of the evening? What clout will they have in that next parliament? Let's check in with one of the leading figures of the Conservative Party, Jason Kenney, who's with our Carol McNeil in Calgary right now. Carol.
Yes, we are at the Calgary Convention Centre. I'm with Jason Kenney. Of course, he was elected in 97, next door to Stephen Harper's riding in Calgary Southeast. Jason Kenney, you've seen the numbers. It's called now as a Conservative minority. What's your reaction?
Well, obviously, we're delighted. The feeling here is electric tonight. You know, tonight Canadians have voted for hope over fear. They voted for accountability over corruption. It's really a victory for mainstream middle-class Canadians who have said enough to powerful insiders running the government for their own interests rather than for the public interest. Canadians have responded positively to Stephen Harper's positive campaign based on an agenda of accountability and opportunity, and they've rejected the campaign, the politics of fear and smear by Paul Martin's Liberals.
But not so much that they've given a majority by our count anyway. What does this do to the promises that Stephen Harper has made, that he's made as part of his platform? Will he be able to achieve what he said he wanted to achieve with the minority government? Who will help him?
Only time will tell, but we've designed a platform that has very broad popular support. I can't imagine a party voting against our Federal Accountability Act, voting against a cut in the GST, voting against our choice in childcare, a $1,200 per year allowance. These are popular, broadly based ideas which I think will have a consensus in a minority parliament.
Pressure's on the other parties. Jason Kenney, thank you so much. Peter, back to you.
All right, Carol, thank you. We're going to flip over quickly to Fredericton, New Brunswick, and hear from our second Premier of the night, Bernard Lord, the Conservative Premier of New Brunswick, is standing by in Fredericton. We appreciate your time tonight, Mr. Premier. Your reaction to the fact that the Conservative will be in power in Ottawa within the next couple of weeks.
I think this is very good news for Canada. I look forward to working with Prime Minister Stephen Harper, and I think he's going to be a good Prime Minister for all this country.
And what's the piece of advice you give him? We heard from Premier Williams a little earlier on in the evening. There's always a lot of goodwill expressed between the First Ministers of the land when a new one joins the table, but Canadians seem to end up watching that goodwill doesn't seem to last too long when the bickering starts between Ottawa and the provinces. How will this one be different? What advice do you give?
I think there's going to be a lot of goodwill around the table to make this work. I think Canadians want some stability. They want to see some files move ahead. And Mr. Harper certainly has a vision that will encourage more goodwill from premiers because he wants to decentralize power and make sure that we can deal with the issues that we have to deal with in healthcare and education. He's promised to address the fiscal imbalance. It's going to be a major issue. I look forward to working with him and my colleagues to make this work. I think in a minority situation, you will see the Council of Federation take more space in Canada because as premiers, we want to be leaders in this country. We want to move files forward.
All right, Premier Lord, we do appreciate your time tonight. I know you got a lot of requests on hand. We appreciate you giving a few minutes to us.
Thank you very much, Peter.
All right, Bernard Lord in Fredericton tonight. I want to check in with our esteemed colleagues here on our panel, Senator Hugh Segal, Ed Broadbent, and John Manley. Conservative minority government, not a majority. A minority is what is there. Senator Segal, what's your initial reaction?
36 months ago, if somebody had suggested the Conservatives would
be forming a government anytime in the next decade, they would have been dismissed as a little bit off-center. I think it's a tremendous tribute to Mr. Harper and Mr. McKay and how hard they worked to pull the two parties together and to give Canadians an alternative. But clearly, so far, what Canadians are saying is no blank checks. They want a parliament that's going to work. They want people who are going to work together. And I think the skills that were used to bring the two factions of the Conservative Party together will now have to be applied by Prime Minister Harper in working with the other parties on a cooperative agenda that reflects not only the Conservative principles, but the principles of some of the other parties. Mr. Davis made it work. John Han has made it work in Nova Scotia. It can be done. When you become Prime Minister, you're a Prime Minister for all Canadians, not just the people who voted for you, and that'll be the challenge, and I'm convinced Mr. Harper will do very well at it.
Well, he seems to be gaining reputation from every province, representation from every province of the country with the exception of Prince Edward Island, so that will help him have not only the fact of being the national government, but the appearance of it, with that one exception. John Manley, the Liberal Party goes down to defeat tonight. They do retain the opposition status. It's not the wipeout that some people had predicted, but it is a defeat nevertheless.
Well, it's certainly not 2 seats. We've retained a good, solid representation, it would seem, in the House of Commons. That may creep up a little bit. We're at 88 now, as some of the other ridings start to come in. But I think this is going to be a very complicated political situation for Stephen Harper. If he has enough seats to form a government, when you look at those other numbers, it doesn't appear very clear that he's going to be able to look easily for somebody to support him. Some of the issues on which Liberals and New Democrats find it easier to agree just aren't there with the Conservative Party, and on fundamental issues like the budget, like the direction that the economy should be taken, he may find that he's going to look very hard to find the support that he needs to get important measures through the House of Commons.
Okay, just to point, as we're looking at the graphic at the bottom of your screen, there's a bit of history being made there as the Green Party registers for the first time. They're leading in the BC riding of Prince George Peace River. Once again, it is just on the first poll reporting, but they have a lead, and it's the first time we've ever seen the Green Party registered there, as they've obviously very dedicated in their campaigning in British Columbia, but they are represented in every riding in the country. Just one last quick question to you, Mr. Manley, and you know what it's going to be. Can Paul Martin survive staying on as leader of the Liberal Party given tonight's result?
Well, he's going to have to, I think, reflect carefully on the results. He will undoubtedly want to consult certainly his family, but after that, perhaps he'll want to talk to his caucus and some of the candidates that were defeated and decide whether he wants to continue to fight another day. With a minority government, we really don't know when we might face another trip to the polls. Things have happened quickly in the past. 1979 is within our memory, when in 8 months a minority Conservative government turned into a renewed Liberal majority. So Mr. Martin is going to have to consider all of these possibilities.
All right, Ed Broadbent, the NDP, as we've been pointing out, and I'm sure you've noticed, are doing better than they did last time, and they still have 36 ridings to hear from, BC ridings, where they're expected to do well, so their number could go up. Whether it goes up to your record 43 or not from 1988, I'm not sure. But John Manley talks about the difficulties the Conservatives may have in a minority government situation. You sat through this last Parliament. You often spoke about how brutal the atmosphere was in that room. Is there any reason to believe this can be any different just because the parties have switched in terms of opposition and government?
Oh, I think every party coming in now is going to realize the people of Canada don't want another election, frankly, within a year or 18 months even. They don't want ongoing instability. So just as under Jack's leadership last time, Jack Layton is a very accommodating but principled guy, and they aren't contradictions. He wants to get things done. He's a good negotiator. We saw that in the budget that was worked out with the Liberals. I've listened with care to what Mr. Harper has said in the last days of the campaign. If he shows the same skill and flexibility in Parliament as a whole, as the head of a minority government, which we're seeming to be heading towards, as he did in rebuilding the old Conservative coalition, then we can survive for some time, because I can't speak for Jack, obviously, but as sure as we're sitting here, I know he's a practical guy. He's already said he wants to make Parliament work. He's already said, of course, he wants to continue to fight for those things that he campaigned on. And these are compatible. I want to emphasize that. So if Mr. Harper shows some flexibility, you've already heard Hugh and myself saying there's a common agenda, perhaps on electoral reform. On the ethics and accountability package, we put out a very serious one, and frankly, so did Mr. Harper. There could be areas of policy where the two parties could work, and maybe on some issues, other parties, to work together to make this Parliament work. And I think that will be the added, and we're going to have, right now, we're looking at, we're now at 24. BC really hasn't come in.
That's right.
More than a 50% increase in our seats.
Right. Okay, well, we'll let you two, because you're such great pals now, start working on that, what do we call it, the manifesto, the agreement. And the other thing, obviously, is Jack Layton doesn't want an election right away because he was just borrowing those votes. It was a one-time landing.
No, it's a 15-year. It's a 15-year loan.
Now we find out how long.
He didn't ask. No one asked.
To give them back.
No one asked how long. Yeah, another 15 years they can have them back. You know?
All right, let's check in on the Ontario numbers as Don Newman is watching them closely tonight. First sense that Conservative surge starting in the province that holds 106 seats. Don.
Peter, you're right. That's the surge is in Ontario, but it's an interesting thing when you compare the votes and the seats. So let's take a look at how things are shaping up in Ontario. Seat change, well, there you see, the Liberals have dropped 23, the Conservatives have picked up 16, and the NDP have picked up 7. So the seats are changing, and they're leaving the Liberals, and they're going to the Conservatives and to the NDP. But let's take a look at what else is happening in the province and how that works out in terms of some of the ridings and vote percentages. If you look at the votes, look at that. The Liberals still are leading in total votes in Ontario. They have 37% of the vote compared to 35% for the Conservatives. They've dropped 6%, and the NDP and the Conservatives are sharing that 6.8%. But the interesting thing is that it's Ontario where the Conservatives are moving ahead, but not in the city of Toronto. The Liberals still very strong in the city of Toronto, and winning those ridings by a lot of votes that they probably don't really need and would like to have somewhere else in the province. But it's interesting that the Conservatives moving ahead in terms of seats, but the Liberals still leading in terms of votes. So let's take a look at some of the ridings the Conservatives are picking up. Glengarry, Prescott, Russell. At one point, some people thought that this riding would never be anything but Liberal, but it looks tonight it's still close. 128 vote lead for Pierre Lemieux over René Berthémone. But this is Don Boudreau's old riding, and so for that to suddenly be slipping away, that is quite a turn of events for the Liberals in Eastern Ontario, far Eastern Ontario. Take a look at this. Sarnia Lambton, Roger Galloway, the Liberal renegade, the Liberal curmudgeon, who thought he could possibly be behind, but he's behind 791 votes to Patricia Davidson. She is a reeve in one of the areas around Sarnia, but most people thought it would be a long, cold night before Roger Galloway would lose, and it's a warm, long night apparently for Roger Galloway here in Ontario. And look at this as one other one that's a kind of interesting turn of events. Chatham-Kent, Essex, that is Dave Van Kesterton. He almost took this riding in 2004. He took it it was in a very tight race at that point with Jerry Pickard, who'd held the riding since 1993. Jerry Pickard decided not to run again, very wisely for Jerry, because Dave Van Kesterton is beating Jim Comiskey, and he has a fairly decent lead of 659 votes. And so that is what is going on, and that is the riding in southwestern Ontario. So you look around the province, the Conservatives are picking up the ridings, but all of those ridings are more or less rural ridings. Sarnia is a city, but it's not a very big city. The other ones are rural ridings. So the Conservatives are getting the seats, but they're not getting as many votes as the Liberals. And one other thing to remember, every vote is worth $1.75 a year for the political party. So the Liberals going down to defeat, but still taking in some of the cash. Peter?
All right, Don, thank you. We want to check in on the Stephen Harper riding. We saw a little while ago just when the early returns were coming in. Nobody expects any difficulties there for Stephen Harper, but let's have a look at it. His riding of Calgary Southwest. Here it is right now, and Stephen Harper, we have determined, will be re-elected. He is your next Prime Minister, the 22nd Prime Minister in the history of this country. If you've been looking around this room here in the atrium of the Barbara Frum Centre at the CBC Broadcasting Centre. You've seen some of the portraits hanging on the walls here of the Prime Ministers of Canada. Stephen Harper becomes the latest one, the 22nd PM in the history of this country. Let's go out to Alberta. Monty Solberg is bound to be one of the senior players in any Harper government, and Kim Trinacity is with him now. Kim.
Well, Peter, I am here with Monty Solberg, who was just checking his BlackBerry. Did anyone offer you a cabinet post or anything?
No, in fact, I discourage that kind of talk. We just want to form government. And, you know, I'd be quite happy to carry my leader's briefcase if we end up on the other side.
What are you thinking as you see the numbers roll across tonight?
Well, it's exciting. I mean, to see the breakthroughs in Quebec and to see us leading in some seats in Ontario that have been long-time Liberal seats is very encouraging to me. It's going to be, I know it's going to be a very long evening, but we're certainly making some strides.
When the prediction was made of a minority government, I didn't hear people stand up and yell and cheer. How come?
Well, I think we've known for a long time we were in a position to form a minority, but now everyone, of course, expectations get raised as it gets a little closer, and I think people are hoping we might have enough to get over the line and maybe make it a majority, and some of those Quebec seats are pretty encouraging, so we'll see.
All right, Monty Solberg, thanks very much. Peter, back to you.
All right, Kim, thank you. Monty Solberg's situation is an interesting one. He's been the finance critic and a very effective one for the Conservatives over the last couple of years, always up and in battling with whoever the finance minister of the day was, and Paul Martin at one time. And then, of course, later on, recently, with Ralph Goodale. We're looking at pictures from Toronto Danforth is Jack Layton, the leader of the NDP, who has been re-elected tonight. His wife, Olivia Chow, is in a tight race in the Toronto area riding as well. That has yet to be determined. She's running, she's running in the lead now by a couple of hundred votes. It's been bouncing back and forth between her and Tony Ianno, the Liberal candidate. So obviously that one will be one to watch closely. 108 for the Conservatives, 95 for the Liberals, 50 for the Bloc, 26 for the NDP, and there's one independent. The Green lead is now off the board, at least for the moment. But the key announcement of the night has been made already. The Conservatives will form a minority government based on what we've seen so far. Still 28 ridings to be heard from. They're mostly in British Columbia. The number will help the Conservatives move up from the 108 figure they're at now. It's also likely to make the NDP figure move up as well. We want to check one more time the Quebec numbers, because obviously Stephen Harper will be wanting some cabinet representation from that province. Wendy's been looking through the names that are now popping up for the Tories in Quebec. Wendy.
Yes, Peter, at the beginning of the campaign, Stephen Harper said to Quebecers, don't waste your vote on a protest party, come to me. And everyone was saying, well, how are you really going to get enough seats? Well, let's see how many they got tonight from Quebec. The Conservatives picked up a lot of support. They are now at 10 seats in the province of Quebec. Will he have room for all of those people at the cabinet table? He basically said anyone who got elected here would be at the table. They won't all be. Some who will be. Let's look at the riding of Louis Saint-Laurent. Josée Werner. She came close. She was the Tory who did the best in the last campaign. She was actually paid an MP's salary and was Stephen Harper's advisor in Ottawa for the last year and a half. She'll now be there as a full-fledged MP from that Quebec City riding. In Pontiac, Lawrence Cannon, he's an experienced provincial cabinet minister. He's rumored to be perhaps the deputy prime minister for Stephen Harper, to say that he truly speaks for Quebec now. And that is just near Ottawa. And in another rural riding, Beauce, central Quebec, Maxime Bernier, his father was a very well-known MP. It looks like he will be following in Daddy's footsteps and is likely to be in a Harper cabinet. And a bit of an upset in Jonquière. This is in the Saguenay, the heartland of Quebec, a sovereignist area. And Jean-Pierre Blackburn, he had been a Tory MP during the Mulroney years. The Liberal, who we don't even see here tonight, in the last few days of the campaign said, I'm really not doing so hot. I'd like to see a Federalist elected. So don't vote for me. Vote for Jean-Pierre Blackburn to stop the sovereigntists. And it looks as if that's exactly what they did. The most interesting thing, Peter, though, is that all of these seats, again, as in Ontario, Tory seats are experiencing much growth in the rural regions, but not in the city of Montreal.
Okay, Wendy, thank you very much. 25 ridings still to be heard from. Interestingly, 2 of them are in Quebec. The rest are in British Columbia. One of them is Jean Lapierre's riding in Outremont on the island of Montreal. Let's check in. The last time we looked at La Salle-et-Mar, the Montreal riding of Paul Martin, he was trailing, but that has changed, and we can now report that Paul Martin, who will be the new leader of the opposition, still Prime Minister until there's a changeover in government. That usually takes anywhere from a week to 2 weeks, usually somewhere around a 10-day period. We'll ask Hugh Segal what he thinks, how long it'll take, because there's obviously things that have to be done by the outgoing government and preparations needed for the incoming government. Do you want to hazard a guess at when that might take place?
Generally speaking, it takes about 15 to 21 days. There's usually a transition group that will move into the Privy Council office as early as tomorrow. But the decision to actually concede is the Prime Minister's. He has the right to face Parliament. Even if he has a lower total of seats, he has the right to face Parliament. So while your conclusion in the CBC call seems absolutely bang on in terms of the results, if he chooses, if he thinks he can face Parliament, he has the right to do that. Until he makes that decision, the formal parts of the transfer can't take place.
Right. Well, he's pretty well suggested in the past that numbers will actually dictate to him his actions. It would be surprising to see anybody rushing forward to support a party that was 20 seats behind another party.
And then what happens is the respective staff then sort out a date, a transition date, and that gives the incoming government the time to make decisions about cabinet. And there is a protocol by which information starts to be shared of a detailed nature with the incoming administration that's been in place for some time in Ottawa.
So a couple of weeks, you figure, probably.
I would think, yes, 2 or 3 weeks.
Let's go to Montreal. We said Paul Martin has been re-elected in La Salle-et-Mar. The Liberal supporters are waiting for his arrival in a little while at the headquarters there. Mark Kelly's standing by with Francis Fox, who I'm sure has some interesting thoughts on what we've witnessed tonight.
Thanks so much, Peter. Well, we just had a smattering of applause when we put up those numbers, because we do have the CBC on the big screen here telling us about the results for Paul Martin. That's given some encouragement where there otherwise is very little tonight, especially after we've called the minority government, of course, for the Conservatives. Joined now by Francis Fox, Senator Francis Fox. How do you feel as you're sitting here listening to this talk about the exchange, a handing over of power, and referring to Mr. Martin as the future leader of the opposition?
Well, not that great, actually. I was listening to my friend, Senator Segal. Obviously, these are always traumatic events in the life of a Prime Minister, or a traumatic event in the life of a party. What surprises me as I look at the results tonight, in part, is the Conservative breakthrough in Quebec. Thought that there was indeed an increase in the votes, but didn't seem to be likely that those votes would translate into seats because of the distribution of those votes in various ridings. But there seems to have been a breakthrough there. And I think that the Bloc has come down by a number of seats. It seems 4 seats from what I can see at the moment. That also is very interesting in terms of the long-term future of the Federation. And I think as far as the Liberal Party is concerned, I think that the desire for change was one of the trends that was felt across the country. Rightly or wrongly, the electorate felt that it was time for change, and I guess you have to bow to the electorate in its desire for that. We're also hit. I think
it's time for change, and I'm sorry, Senator Fox, but it's also time for us to pass this back to Peter in Toronto as we carry on with our coverage. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
All right, Mark. Thanks very much. Well, votes have been counted now for the last half hour in British Columbia, 36 ridings at stake, and it will determine, BC will determine what kind of strength that minority Conservative government has and whether the NDP will hold the balance of power. Ian Hannah-Mansing is watching those BC returns.
Let me speak on behalf of British Columbians, Peter, when I say that people in the province are so happy that, in fact, things that happen in that province will have a big impact on the national political scene. In the old days, of course, the votes would still be cast in British Columbia coming up to 8 o'clock Pacific time, but the polls, as you say, have been closed for about a half an hour, and some interesting early results. Let's start in British Columbia's southern interior. Now, this is a riding where the NDP candidate, Alex Atimenko, lost by fewer than 500 votes last time around. Now, there was a 4-time MP for the Reform Alliance Conservatives, Jim Gauck. He's not running this time around, and the guy who was running for the Conservatives, Derek Zeisman, ended up being stripped of the party banner because he's facing some allegations of smuggling. So it would be an interesting scenario if he were to win right now with just 4 of 213 polls reporting he is in second place. The NDP is hoping they can gain a seat in BC Southern Interior. Prince George Peace River is interesting. Earlier tonight, the Green Party held a slight lead here. Had that held for the evening, that would have been the headline in the Prince George Citizen, because Jay Hill has won 4 straight elections. His smallest margin of victory in this riding, 15,000 votes, and he has a solid lead early on in the evening in Prince George Peace River. Vancouver Island North was another close race last time around. In this case, the Conservative candidate, John Duncan, in fact, the Conservative MP, won the riding by fewer than 500 votes. And there was a feeling that the NDP could, in fact, take the riding this time around. They have a slim lead, 10 votes, as you can see, early on in the evening. And here's another one that I think a lot of people, even in the NDP, would consider a surprise at this point. This is a riding where the NDP candidate was close last time, although not as close as some of the other ridings we were talking about. And Mike Bocking, a former Vancouver Sun journalist, is in the lead here. Peter.
Thank you, Ian. Thanks very much. First indication of the results as they're being counted up in British Columbia. The Conservatives at 115 leading or elected, the Liberals at 99, the Bloc at 50, the NDP at 25, and that independent who is the radio talk show host, a controversial one in the Quebec City in the riding of Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier. He has a significant lead in that area, so it should be interesting to see how that ends up. We haven't seen enough yet to suggest he's going to win it, but he has had the lead almost since the beginning of the evening and continues to right now. So there could be an independent in the House of Commons right out of the gate in the next Parliament. Well, let's go to Quebec City. Rosemary Barton is standing by.
Peter, I've got the newly elected Conservative MP, Josée Wernher, with me. Madame Wernher, congratulations. What do you think made the difference in this election for you?
I think this time I had a good organization, a great team of volunteers, and I must say that the leader had a really good campaign, and it's easier for us, for the candidate, when the leader performs and when we have good program, and so I think this time we had more time to prepare.
So why do you think, though, Quebecers turned towards the Conservatives this time around as a different option?
I think that when Mr. Harper came in Quebec City and had his speech on open federalism and respect of jurisdiction, I think people felt respect, and they want to change the government, you know, and they were looking for an alternative. So I think we've got it.
Thank you. Congratulations. Peter, that was the newly elected Conservative MP, Josée Wernher, in the riding of Louis St. Laurent.
All right, Rosemary, thank you very much. Rosemary Barton in Quebec City for us tonight. So it's quite the story as the Conservatives will form the next government in the country. It is going to be a minority government. Who will hold the balance of power? Well, we see still 16 ridings to be heard from. Will it be the NDP, whose numbers have increased so far by about 50%? They went into tonight's election holding 18 seats. They're up to 26 now. They are likely to gain more because of some of their ridings, obviously, in British Columbia. So it's going to be an interesting night on that question, who holds the balance of power. The easy answer, of course, is the Bloc Québécois, because they're going to have 50-plus seats by the time all the counting is done. But we've already seen the machinations going on right here on our own panel between Senator Siegel and Ed Broadbent trying to work out a deal right here in front of the television cameras. And that's the way it should be, in the open, right there,
nothing to hide.
on paper,
Nothing to hide. Absolutely.
No backroom deals, that's where it should happen. So just keep writing. We're going to check on the Prairie seats because there's some interesting things that have been happening on the Prairies tonight as well, and Diana Swain is watching those. Diana.
Indeed, Mr. Broadbent, we're happy to know that the NDP support is up across the Prairies, but the real story appears within another party. Here is how the vote change is breaking down. You notice the Conservative Party is up slightly, 1.4, but it's the Liberals who are down 5.3 percentage points. We want to show you where that's playing out. There are two ridings in particular that get our attention right now. This one is Edmonton Centre, where Anne McClellan is running in second place at the moment. Her challenger, Laurie Hahn, is the man that she beat last time. For the moment, he's in the lead by just over 200 votes. The other riding to look at is in Winnipeg. It's Winnipeg South, where Reg Alcock, longtime MP in Winnipeg, currently chair of the Treasury Board, is in fact running in second place. But this has been flipping back and forth for the last half hour. We'll keep an eye on this one too, Peter.
Thanks, Diana. Bringing us up to date on the Prairie situation. Just checking on those BC ridings that are still to come in. It's interesting, and Ian may have mentioned this, but the 5 downtown Vancouver ridings. No reports there. Some great races to watch for in Vancouver, but we're still waiting for the first results to come in from downtown Vancouver. Keith.
Peter, you know, every election there are new prominent candidates that come into politics, people we've known before but in a different light. We sometimes like to call them new star candidates, and sometimes things don't go the way they plan. Let's look at, first of all, one in Vaudreuil-Soulanges. You'll remember Marc Garneau, of course, famed Canadian astronaut who has walked in space but will not be walking in the halls of Parliament, at least not as a member of Parliament, as he trails quite substantially in Vaudreuil-Soulanges. Another name, perhaps not quite as familiar as Alan Cutler, but the Conservatives recruited him because he was the whistleblower who blew the whistle on the sponsorship scandal, and they felt that he might send a good message to voters in Ottawa South. But voters in Ottawa South seem quite content with David McGuinty, the brother of the Ontario Premier, who looks like he's comfortably on his way to re-election. And of course, Peter Kent, who's well known to Canadians as a broadcaster with other networks here in Canada, but also in the United States, was in a tough fight. It would have been quite an upset if he had beaten the Liberal Minister for Public Health, Carolyn Bennett, but he has lost in that riding and will be leaving politics, at least in the short term. And finally, a name that is probably as familiar to Canadians as any ever, Gretzky, Al Gretzky, the uncle of Wayne Gretzky, had some high hopes too in London West, but it hasn't worked out for him so far. He's trailing quite substantially in that riding too. So, Peter, I mean, it often sounds good when you're going into these races, but you know, I think my experience has been in watching these things that more often than not, it doesn't turn out the way you think it's going to.
I know what you meant when
What
you
did I
talked
say?
about Mr. Marc Garneau
Right.
being the first Canadian to walk in space. You meant like walking inside the shuttle in space, like he never went outside the shuttle. But he certainly was the first Canadian in space.
But I'm right about him not walking in the
You're right about him not walking. That was a compliment. But the first Canadian who did walk in space just called and said, "Look, it's all very well that Marc Garneau gets all this attention, but in fact he didn't walk outside in space."
Let's just move along.
Now I know John Manley wants to say something about
But
Marc
that's
Garneau.
true. But he has the most flights of any Canadian astronaut.
That's
He's flown
right,
3
4.
times in space. And of course, he was the first. And once you've been the first, nobody can ever take that away from you.
No.
He was a very credible candidate. He did well in Vaudreuil, considering that it was already held by the Bloc. I think probably his personal reputation got him as much as it did, but being famous, being even a Canadian hero is not necessarily enough when you get into that ring.
No, he's got high schools named after him.
Hey, yes, including in my former constituency.
Just to point out, I mean, he's trailing in that riding. He's trailing significantly, but we haven't seen enough of the vote yet. So, I mean, you never know what might happen. Stranger things have happened. John Reynolds ended up winning last time, coming way back, because the votes that hadn't been counted were in one of the areas of his riding that were very good for him. Anyway, so we're up to date on our spacewalks and other things. Let's check in at NDP headquarters. Susan Bonner is standing by Jack Layton's headquarters. Susan.
Peter, there's a lot of calculations and a lot of calculus going on in this room as people look at the numbers coming in and trying to figure out what it means. Will the NDP pick up enough seats to hold the balance of power in a minority parliament? I'm with now Brad Levine, who is the Director of Communications for the NDP. You can hear the cheers behind me. We're up on the big screen. So, Brad, you're looking at the numbers here. And from what you see, is it mathematically possible that you could still have a chance at holding the balance of power?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, this has been a fantastic campaign. Our numbers are up at historic levels. These are 1988 Ed Broadbent kind of levels. And the seat count is fantastic.
Well, not quite. You're 29. You're not anywhere near 43.
Well, no, on the popular vote count, we're at 29 seats now. We still have a lot of tight races right across this country. We've run a fantastic campaign in Ontario, on the prairies, and of course, my home province of British Columbia. We're expecting big things, and there's still a lot of good numbers to come out. Jack Layton has proven in the last Parliament that we can make Parliament work and get results for working people, and that's what we'll do.
Thanks, Brad Levine.
Thank you.
Peter, back to you.
All right, Susan, thank you. Look at that vote share was flashing across the bottom of your screen. Some interesting stories there, especially in light of all the different surveys and polls. God, there was one last week that showed with the Conservatives with an 18-point lead. Well, it turns out that the lead still votes to be counted across the country. You know, let's keep that in mind. But at the moment, it's what is it? Barely 5 points, not even 5-point split between the Liberals and the Conservatives. The NDP definitely up on their share of the vote this time by about 3 percentage points. The Bloc down. The Green Party, that's pretty well where they were last time, about 4% of the vote. Let's go out to Steinbach, Manitoba, where Jolyn Shane is standing by with Vic Taves, who has been the justice critic for the Conservative Party while it was in opposition. I'm sure he has high hopes for what might happen in a Conservative government. Jolyn.
Hi, Peter. Yes, we are here with Vic Taves. And Mr. Taves, I wonder if you can tell me, first off, you have been in government before. What's it going to be like working in this parliament? Do you have any sense of that at this point?
Well, I think there's a lot of common ground between some of the parties on certain issues. And I think we'll approach it on issue-by-issue basis. As I indicated earlier, the issue of democratic reform, for example, I think we share many concerns with the New Democratic Party, and we will be able to work with them. Certainly that's what my leader has stated in analyzing the policy. I think that's very, very doable. The other thing is the issue of crime, which of course is very close to the agenda that I've been advancing. I want to ensure that we work with the New Democrats who in fact have done that.
But there are a lot of differences. You've talked about same-sex marriage, for instance, here in your riding, and you want to see it addressed again. That's a difference from the New Democratic Party. So how are you going to get some of those things achieved in this
There
parliament?
will be a free vote. That's all that Mr. Harper has promised. There will be a free vote on that issue. That's a commitment I've made to the people of my riding, and that's a commitment that I intend to carry out.
But how do you think we're actually going to see that happen within the next year or 2 years? Are these kinds of conservative issues that are strong here in this riding, the gun registry, another one, how are they going to be addressed with an NDP sitting next to you?
We'll work with the NDP and the Bloc and the Liberals on issues where we can work with them. So on some issues we'll work with other parties, on others we'll work with other parties.
So you think this parliament can work?
It can work. I've seen it work when Mr. Filmon won government in 1988. He demonstrated a clear agenda, and he moved in that direction. He was rewarded with 2 back-to-back majority governments.
All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Vic Taves. He is the winner tonight in Provencher. Peter.
Thank you, Jolyn. Looking at the numbers at your bottom of your screen as we watch John Diefenbaker's image looking down, one of the last Conservative Prime Minister from the prairies who won a majority government.
But his first election was a minority in 1957, just for the record.
That's true.
And some of these,
his third election was a minority too.
So I recall. two elections to get him in and 2 elections to get him out.
Okay, but looking at those numbers, some interesting math to be done here. The Conservatives at 122, that's leading or elected. They're not all finalized yet, but let's assume for a moment they may be. Say 122 for the Conservatives, 102 for the Liberals, 50 for the Bloc, 30 for the NDP. There are 3 ridings to come. 30 and 122 is 152. You need 155 for a majority. Those 3 ridings that are yet to come are either held by the Conservatives or the NDP at the moment, with the exception of one of them, which is leaning towards the NDP in the sort of pre-election hype. So they could be in the position of definitely holding the balance of power, although as you see already the numbers are starting to bounce around. And we do recall, Keith, last time around 2004, it looked at one point in the evening like Jack Layton was going to hold the balance of power with the Liberals. Turned out they were 1 short.
Yeah. They were 1 short last time. They may have it by 1 this time, although, you know, it's flipped back again. The other thing in this, though, that I think may encourage the Conservatives to believe they'll have more stability in this Parliament than the Liberals did in the last one, is this question around leadership that you raised with John Manley earlier. And as Mr. Manley mentioned, you know, the party is going to need some time to think about what its next move should be. And that alone may mean that they cannot afford to trigger an election in the short term. And as odd as it may sound, it's not as though they would share the balance of power in a sense, but they may provide the stability for the Parliament that would allow a little bit more flexibility for Mr. Siegel's Conservatives to implement an agenda. But who gets to decide what that agenda is really very much what these numbers are about.
Quite frankly, when you look at those numbers and you see the Liberals at 103, they ran a campaign over 8 weeks where it was hard to find one day in those 8 weeks where they had a good day. Every day seemed like a bad day for the Liberals. They come up with 103 seats. Now, it's going to bounce around. It may not end up at that number. But Senator Segal, that's not bad for for a campaign where you're getting hammered day after day and you're carrying an awful lot of baggage with you into it.
Well, that's right. And I think it says two things. I noticed Roger Galloway, true to form, is calling for Mr. Martin to resign. We trash our leaders too easily and too quickly. Paul Martin was a good Minister of Finance. He didn't do quite as well as Prime Minister. I think
he made some great Senate appointments, didn't he?
Apparently, and I pay tribute to him on the floor of the Senate in my maiden speech for so doing.
Why did you do that?
But having said that, I wouldn't rule out his capacity to be a very constructive leader of the opposition. And you know, in the United Kingdom and other countries, they don't.
Is this spin, or are you
No,
serious?
it's not spin. No, it's not spin. I think that the Liberal Party would do well to give him a chance to perform in this new role, and he could be a very constructive force in the country, and one should never say never.
What do you say, Mr. Mann?
Well, I dispute the wisdom of the Senate appointment. Here we take somebody out where he was in a nonpartisan position and make him become a conservative and work full-time on the campaign. I mean, it was quite a gift, and Hugh Segal's wisdom as a political strategist is well known. He's done a wonderful job. But, you know, I think when you look at those numbers, effectively there are three parties with a balance of power here. That on any given vote, whether it's the Liberals because either they agree or because they decide it's not time to have an election, or the Bloc or the NDP, actually could, depending how it finally comes out, decide that the government will be sustained. And, you know, if we lived in a perfect world, maybe what would happen here is that some of the parties would agree to say, look, Canada really does not deserve to have another election for 2 years, and maybe we should find a modus operandi to make sure that the Parliament functions over a 2-year period, and then if we want to, then we'll have another go at it.
All right, we'll continue this conversation a little later. We want to check in with Don Newman again, who is eagerly waiting to update us on the Ontario situation. Don.
And speaking of the NDP, as you have been around the table there, Peter, let's take a look at how the NDP is doing in Ontario. 30 seats overall, but in Ontario, the party standings, look at that. 12 seats for the NDP, that is up 5 from what they held before, and that is actually the highest total they have ever had in Ontario, if this all holds. The last high water mark was 10. That was in 1988 when Ed Broadbent was the leader. There were fewer seats in Ontario then than there are now, but there are more NDP seats, would appear, there are going to be more NDP seats than there were then. Look at the vote share. It's gone up only 2.4%, but in Ontario, but already that has turned into 5 more seats. Let's look at some of those seats and where they are. One of them, and this is a big get, as they say, this is in Hamilton East Stony Creek, and this is Wayne Marston. He has taken down a cabinet minister, Tony Valeri, the government House leader, defeated tonight. This means that all 3 of the Hamilton seats are back in the hands of the NDP, as they were back in the 1980s, again, when Ed Broadbent was the leader. In Toronto, where the NDP had hoped to be perhaps a little more competitive, but Parkdale High Park, it is still a close race there, but Peggy Nash, the NDP candidate, with a lead of 809, almost 900 votes there over Sam Bultay, who was the parliamentary secretary to the Minister of Heritage. This is a rematch from last year, from 2004, not quite last year. All 3 of those candidates were in the running. Bultay won it the last time. Peggy Nash has the lead at the moment. And here's a riding that will have a lot of interest for you at your head table, Ottawa Centre. There you have Paul Dewar. This is the riding that in 2004 Ed Broadbent won and took it from Richard Mahoney of the Liberals. This was a big get when Richard Mahoney was defeated because he is close to Paul Martin. Ed Broadbent did it, and now it looks like Paul Dewar, who is the son of the former Ottawa Mayor Marion Dewar, may do it again. 75 of 262 polls reporting. But there you see a fairly significant lead. And of course, Ottawa Centre should be a very interesting topic of conversation around your table because Ed Broadbent, he held the riding from 2004 till the end of 2005. Senator Segal, ask Senator Segal if he can recall who in 1972
That's right.
was the Progressive Conservative candidate in Ottawa Centre.
And who was the Liberal candidate?
Well, the 72 candidate was a dashing, good-looking guy with all kinds of hair.
A potential future senator.
And the same wonderful, fair-minded, impartial, intelligent guy endorsed me in the last election. Not quite endorsed, but said something very nice about me.
Who'd you lose to in 72?
I lost to Hugh Poulin, a great Canadian who went on to serve in the judiciary in many constructive ways.
All right. Well, there you go. A little bit of historical trivia for you that none of us would want to miss. In British Columbia tonight, the story continues to unfold, and Ian Hanomansing continues to watch it.
Well, I should provide the caution that my colleagues did earlier in the night. The polls have been closed in British Columbia for less than an hour, so some of these numbers are still early numbers, but when you look at the party standings, an interesting story is emerging there. The Conservatives won 22 seats last time around. Right now, they are leading or elected in 19. But here's the headline right now in British Columbia. The NDP are leading, not elected in any, but leading in 10. Obviously, if that were to hold, it would double their seat total, and the Liberals down by 1 seat right now. All of those are leading and not elected. And here's why we're seeing those numbers. Esquimalt Wanda Fuca, Keith Martin won this riding 4 times, 3 for right-of-centre parties, and the last time for the Liberals. And he is trailing. I spoke to Keith a little earlier this evening, and he said he wasn't sure how this was going to go because his polling showed a lot of undecided voters. It is relatively close now, and it may stay close throughout the evening. Westminster Coquitlam, we predicted this would be a 3-way race. It was very close last time around and continues to be here. Dawn Black was the NDP MP for this riding back in 1988. She lost to Paul Forseth last time around. She's leading this time around, and whichever of the major parties wins this riding, Surrey North, it will be a gain for that party because last time around Chuck Cadman won it as an independent. Of course, he passed away in July, and Penny Pretty, a family friend of the Cadmans dating back to 1982. She had been endorsed here by Chuck Cadman's wife. Very different ideologically between the Cadmans and the Pretties, but they're very close friends, and they have very much in common in terms of their outlook towards life, and she is leading right now in that riding. Peter?
All right, Ian, thank you very much. Still one riding to be heard from, Vancouver Centre, I believe it is, which is currently held by the Liberals. If these numbers hold, and there's no reason to believe they will because they keep juggling around, as you've noticed, but if they did hold, that would mean the NDP would not have the balance of power in the next parliament. But let's keep watching, see what happens in terms of the final array of numbers. This kind of a result would put them in almost the identical position they were in after the 2004 result. Well, let's check in with Rex Murphy, who's been very patient in this last hour when the results have been pouring in from across the country. He's been patient about getting on the air, but he's certainly been busy reading your emails as you've been sending them in. Rex.
I've been in the shed with the dragon. One of the things that's going on here, and it shows up in the results, even though there is a change of government, as you point out, there's no great leap ahead, and as someone else on your panel points out, considering this campaign and the battering the Liberals have taken, things stay fairly close. And one of the reasons, it's revealed in the emails, a lot of people struggled to make the decision in this vote. There was no great leap to any side. For example, Michael Whitchuck from Canmore writes, I voted Liberal all my life, but today voted for a party I never thought I would support. I was hoping Mr. Martin would take the high road. He didn't, and the party lost the moral authority to govern. Hopefully, the Conservatives recognize the pitfalls of a short leash. Another one, Diane Wilson from Halifax, right? Today, I voted for a party I didn't really believe in and a leader I didn't really like. It doesn't even matter which party I'm speaking of. Why change? Because I cannot and refuse to support a party that institutionalizes a system of mediocrity. This same kind of difficulty in reaching a decision is revealed by Brian from Simcoe. You know what? Even if I was a hardcore Liberal supporter, I would have either spoiled my ballot or voted for one or other of the parties. The Liberal Party desperately needs to be spanked, and spanked hard. And one more, this is from James Briho in Ottawa. So many people were really struggling as to how to vote. In my circles, I couldn't find someone who'd absolutely decided how they were going to vote till this morning at 9 a.m. This election has been a tussle of ambiguity from the very, very beginning. And it's interesting to note that despite what everyone recognizes as a very sloppy Liberal campaign, they still stand pretty strong at close to 100 seats. The Conservatives weren't given a runaway. And as one of our emailers points out, everybody is on a short leash.
All right, Rex. You know, It's interesting the point you make about people deciding at the last minute. I was talking to one of the country's leading survey experts who's been doing some online surveying through this, Bruce Anderson at Decima Research this morning. He said that he was surprised at the number of people who were responding to their surveys suggesting that they would not make up their minds until they actually entered the ballot box area. Now, you know, some people say that over the years, but this was a percentage that was in double digits. That's a very high number, which gives us some indication of the kind of dilemma that many Canadians face. When we look at this result, overall, you got to say, I like everybody's thoughts on this one, that there's a little bit of good and a little bit of bad for everybody. Even the winner, the Conservatives finally attained power. But at 122 and with some breakthroughs in Ontario, but not the big breakthrough they were looking at. They're still running second in seats in Ontario. So that's kind of the downside of it. I mean, if there can be such a thing in actually winning. The Liberals lose power, but hold on to seats in the triple digits. And I'm not sure many people were giving them that prediction in the last couple of weeks. The Bloc.
That's a tough one.
Which, the Bloc?
I think so, yeah. What did the Bloc get out of this?
Well, exactly. I mean, they got their 50 seats, but they dropped significantly in vote. All this talk about getting over 50%, what it would mean in terms of sovereignty in the province, they're down around 41% of the vote, which puts them back. If you want to use that comparison, if it had anything to do with sovereignty, they're back at the 1980 number.
Yeah.
And the Conservatives obviously doing extremely well in Quebec. The NDP, good for them. You know, they've increased their support significantly. They may be, in some ways, you know, the big winner on the night, although they're the fourth place party.
Yeah.
They increased their vote and their seats. You know, it sounds silly considering the Conservatives are actually going to form the government, but it's interesting when you analyze all those numbers. There's a little bit of each for everybody in here.
Yeah, I think if you go back to the Bloc, though, the Bloc has some real things to worry about here. Not only did it lose vote share, not only did it lose seats, but it now has an entirely new party on the ground in Quebec with the Conservatives that it has not had to face since that 1993 election when it first made its big breakthrough. And that's an important thing because the Bloc was created to a significant extent out of the Conservative Party. Some of those people are going back to it, and some of those voters are going back to it as well. So it's difficult to see that they got anything out of this at all, and yet almost unanimously the people watching this election said they were the ones who had least to lose going into this campaign and the most to gain, and it hasn't turned out that way at all. But I think if you look at that, there isn't a major party there that wants an election in the short term. I think that's important too for getting an agenda through, for having some stability in Parliament, and for taking a deep breath and thinking what is the next move for each and every one of these.
I want to get just before, I know Ed Broadbent wants to leap in here. I just want to, you know, once again give some clarity to the independent who not only is leading, he's been elected. Let me show you this. Here he is. André Arthur in the Quebec City riding of Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier is a very controversial radio host in that city, but also clearly somebody who has a degree of popularity. So that's a name that we might want to get used to. We'll see what he does in Parliament and whether he has the same kind of controversial nature that he has on radio inside the House of Commons. On the right-hand side of your screen, you've had the opportunity to witness the ridings in your particular region throughout the evening. If there's anyone in particular you want to look at, you can always go to cbc.ca or stay with us, because later on in the evening, Ian Hannah-Mansing will be running through the results in the After the Vote program for every riding in the country. We're trying to obviously get to as many as we can for you during this broadcast, but that's another way to do it as well. Ed Broadbent.
Yeah. Well, a couple of comments. The first one's going to be quite self-serving. I mean, the reality is we've gone up almost double the number of seats we had in the House of Commons. That's in our first-past-the-post system. That's a major gain. In fact, if we had anywhere near proportionality, we would have double that number of seats, which is another but very important issue. And all I'd like to suggest is that Mr. Harper is really going to be tested. I said earlier that he did a good job from a Conservative point of view in bringing the quite disparate elements of the Alliance, the Reform, and the OPC party together. He's going to be tested now. We've all said this, I think, around the table tonight. Canadians do want some stability. But to do that, if I may say so, Mr. Harper is going to have to show the kind of flexibility that at least one stage in the budget proceedings, Mr. Martin showed, to sit down and say, yes, a major part of our program should be in. We got the largest number of seats, but we have to pay attention to what other parties have said too. And I think he should take, I hope he takes steps soon to acknowledge that reality. He has won, but he hasn't got a majority. I think he did say at some point in the campaign that if he didn't get a majority, he wouldn't plan to govern as if he had one. So a real test of leadership for a new and relatively young Prime Minister is going to be before us.
All right, we're watching Michael Ignatieff going into his headquarters. He has been elected in the Toronto riding of Etobicoke Lakeshore in a what is expected to be a very close race. It turns out it wasn't that close with John Capobianco of the Conservative Party. We'll keep an eye on this and maybe dip in and have a listen to him when he gets around to the microphone. Back to that point that Ed Broadbent was just making, Hugh Segal, the pressure for Harper, for the next Prime Minister of Canada, to try and make this Parliament work, he's also going to have some pressure from that caucus. When we start going through the list of who was elected as Conservatives in this night, we're also going to see a lot of pressures that they're going to want some of their agenda placed before the Parliament of Canada.
Well, look, you have two parties in the ascendancy in this Parliament. You have the NDP, which has gained significant momentum and strength, and the Tories, and those are the only two parties that have really done that. Mr. Harper has made it clear that he wants to work issue by issue with the other parties. He did that on the throne speech. When the government brought in a throne speech, it looked as if there was going to be some wheel fall off. He got his colleagues in the opposition together to find some middle ground. I think historically it was the first throne speech in the British Commonwealth ever to be amended and pass on that basis. So he's clearly shown the capacity to do that. You're right. There will be all kinds of people in the Conservative caucus who want to stick with our own platform and who believe that a Conservative government should on occasion be Conservative. It's not a radical position for them to have. That being said, remember that the new members came from Quebec and came from Ontario, and they will have their views, which will become part of the caucus debate. I've had the privilege of sitting in caucus. It's a very open and frank debate, but I think it'll also be one which looks for a moderate, centrist conservatism that other parties can live with issue by issue, because that's the message Canadians have sent.
But it will be interesting because with some exceptions, it's going to be a rural-based government and a urban-based opposition, and there could be some real tensions as a result of that.
Well, there could be, but it's a Prime Minister's job to reach out and bridge those gaps. And I think it's fair to say that if you look at some of the seats in Atlantic Canada, if you look at the seats in Quebec, some of those come from exurbia, highly urbanized parts of the province, and that'll provide a measure of balance in the mix, Peter.
All right, one of the Conservative candidates who has won re-election tonight, Stephen Fletcher, was the health critic. Let's listen in.
Charles of St. James, Assiniboine, and Henderley for their vote of confidence, and I'm also very pleased for Stephen Harper and his success, and I think we're going to see one of the greatest prime ministers in Canadian history.
In the 2004 election, you won by about 700 votes, and tonight you won a little more handily. The margin at last count, 2,600. Why do you think you had an easier time in this race?
Well, I think, I've been very active in the community. I've worked very hard on behalf of the people of the riding, and I've had a lot of success as health critic for the Conservative Party, and I'm just very grateful for the opportunity, and I work hard because I'm so grateful for that.
CBC News is projecting a Conservative minority government tonight, not a majority. What do you think that says about Canadians' attitudes towards the Conservatives?
Well, I think Canadians want to give the Conservatives a chance. They've seen what happens when a government gets too arrogant. I think we've had a great showing tonight. Especially when you look at the results in Quebec, nobody, I think, really quite foresaw that breakthrough, and I think that's good for Canada as a united country.
What do you hope to accomplish in a Conservative minority government? What are your prospects for cabinet, for instance?
Well, Stephen Harper will have a lot of excellent people to choose from, and whomever he chooses for cabinet will be of outstanding quality and will do an excellent job for the country. My goal as a member of Parliament will always be to represent the people who sent me to Ottawa. And those are the people, Charleswood, St. James, Assiniboia, and Head Inland.
All right. Krista Erickson questioning Stephen Fletcher there in Winnipeg tonight as we switch now to our Regina cameras. And Ralph Goodale, the Minister of Finance, will soon be the outgoing Minister of Finance, but will still hold the portfolio for some time. Gets re-elected in his riding of Wascana, and it wasn't close. He won by about 8,000 votes in Wascana, has been a long-time MP from that region, and has been well known in his riding for decades, actually, in Saskatchewan. And in spite of some real turmoil in the midst of the campaign, Ralph Goodale holds on tonight. And of course, the turmoil we mentioned is the income trust issue. As there were calls for his resignation, he chose not to adhere to them, and the Prime Minister stood by him, so he stayed in power. So let's see if Mr. Goodale has some remarks to make. The introduction just taking place, and here he is. Ralph Goodale heads to the microphone.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you. Thank you very, very much. This has been a difficult and challenging day at the end of a long and challenging campaign. Probably the toughest campaign I have ever experienced. It was tough, not because of the numbers for and against. It would appear that we've won tonight with more than 50% of the popular vote. But it was tough because of the tone and the tactics and the personal abuse, the insinuation that percolated through the campaign. And the only way a candidate can get through such an ordeal is with the help of a huge team of loyal and skillful supporters and friends. So tonight, I want to begin with a heartfelt thank you to the terrific people of Wascana. The people they are the people who know me the best. And I thank them for their support, their re-endorsement once again after very close scrutiny. I have said to you before that when I come asking for your vote at election time, I know I am asking you for the most precious thing that you have to give in a democracy, and that is your trust. Your trust matters to me. It always has, and it always will. And I say sincerely from the bottom of my heart tonight, thank you to Wascana for trusting me. And thank you to the most faithful, determined, and successful campaign team that any candidate could wish to have. To Margaret Aitken and Greg Willows, who chaired this effort. To Sean McEachern, the director.
Ralph Goodale talking to his supporters in his Wascana riding in Saskatchewan. He has been re-elected tonight. We want to check on the latest from Vaudreuil. We were talking about it earlier. That's where Marc Garneau was running as a star Liberal candidate. He has lost tonight. Here are the final numbers as the counting actually is still going on. So these aren't the final numbers, but enough has been seen to be convinced that the Bloc is going to hold on to their riding, and Vaudreuil and Marc Garneau is going down to defeat. We have Marc Garneau standing by in Montreal with Michel Gabout. Michel?
Yes, Peter, I'm with Marc Garneau, as you mentioned, and obviously, as you mentioned also, he lost tonight. Mr. Garneau, you were mentioning a bit earlier in your speech that campaigning was probably more difficult than being an astronaut. How so?
Well, I think because of the emotional content of the campaign. When you meet people, you become involved with them. Some of them show you their full support and they tell you they believe in you, and that makes you feel good. And of course, there are some people who tell you the opposite, and of course that makes you feel bad. So it's a bit of an emotional roller coaster.
Okay, now, what happens to you from here on?
Well, I essentially had to quit my job at the Canadian Space Agency. So, to put it bluntly, I'm unemployed right now. So I will be looking for a job, obviously, because I still have a young family.
Okay, Mr. Garneau, thanks very much. So, Marc Garneau defeated here in Vaudreuil, west of Montreal. Peter?
All right, Michelle, thanks very much. Let's check in on the latest review of the Ontario numbers tonight. Don Newman has been watching those. Don?
Peter, there's going to be a Conservative government, and there are going to be Ontario cabinet ministers in it, and we're taking a look at some of the ridings that are going to send people who could very well be into those cabinet ministers. This is Diane Finley. She could very well be the first woman to be the Minister of Agriculture. She is in Haldimand, Norfolk. She's been re-elected. She has defeated Bob Speller. She defeated him in 2004 when he was the Minister of Agriculture. She has been the agricultural critic for the Conservatives. She is back. Look at that, a big lead, over 6,000 votes. She has been re-elected, and she could be the first woman in the history of Canada to be the Minister of Agriculture. So that'll be something we'll be watching very closely. Now, other potentials for the cabinet. There's Jim Flaherty. He's in a tight race, though, with Judy Longfield in Whitby, Oshawa. Flaherty was both the Minister of Justice and the Minister of Finance in the Conservative government. He was Justice in the Mike Harris government, Finance in the Ernie Eves government. If he can get elected tonight, if he can hold on and get elected tonight, he has a good shot of being in the Harper cabinet, maybe even as the Minister of Finance. That would be something, wouldn't it, to be the Minister of Finance in the largest province, and then to be the Minister of Finance in the federal government. And then one other person that is a good candidate to be in the cabinet because she's been re-elected tonight, Bev Oda. She is the heritage critic in the Conservative ranks at the moment, but she could very well be the heritage minister. That is a portfolio that is often held by a woman. In fact, the last 3 heritage ministers in the Liberal government have been women, but Bev Oda could very well continue that tradition when the Stephen Harper team sits down and the Prime Minister-elect decides who he wants to have in the cabinet with him. Those are 3 names that could very well be at the top of his list. Peter?
All right, Don, thank you. One riding still to be heard from. You're not going to believe where it is. It's Vancouver Centre. It's that riding that everybody's been watching from one end of the country to the other in terms of some of the special ridings in the country where special races are going on. It's the one where Hedy Fry for the Liberals and Sven Robinson, who's trying to make a comeback for the NDP, are battling it out. But so far, we don't have any results from Vancouver Centre, whether this is some kind of technical error in the reporting from that riding to the various returning officers or not, I'm not quite sure. But we're obviously monitoring that situation. Overall on the numbers, as you see, for the NDP, it's still not a balance of power situation, even with that one riding coming in. It would still, between their number and the Conservative number, +1 would be at 154. Now, there will always be the stories about speakers, who's going to be the speaker in this new parliament, and if there was some kind of arrangement between the Conservatives and the NDP, then the Conservatives would probably try to figure out a way to get a Liberal or even a Bloc, as strange as that may sound, into the Speaker's chair. So we'll keep an eye on that one as well. Still some ridings to be finalized along the prairies. Diana Swain is watching those. Diana?
Peter, we still have about a half a dozen ridings in play, some of them with some prominent people running in, and we want to review some of those for you now. So let's start in the province of Manitoba, in Winnipeg South, where Reg Alcock has just moved into the lead. He's been going back and forth all night tonight with the Tory candidate, Rod Brunouge. Interesting story here in that Brunouge is a young man. He is a political neophyte. At the beginning of the campaign, the Tories did not think they could take this riding, were kicking themselves halfway through the campaign, believing that there was potential here, that maybe they should have run someone with more political experience, and yet we see this riding has gone back and forth all night, separated by 1 vote just about 10 minutes ago. We'll keep an eye on that one. Another one to watch comes from the northern part of the province. It's the riding of Churchill. NDP riding coming into this, but their candidate split with the party over the same-sex marriage issue. She's running as an independent. That has Tina Keeper running for the Liberals and Nikki Ashton running for the NDP. She comes from a long line of political pedigree in Manitoba. Her father is Steve Ashton, sits in the Dewar government in the provincial government there, and we've been watching this race go back and forth. Tina Keeper just moving into the lead, but it's only 67 votes that put her in front right now. Another riding to look at is in the province of Saskatchewan. This is Regina Capel. Tight race last time and proving to be yet again where Lauren Nystrom would like to win this riding. About 300 votes, 351 separating them right now, but again, another very tight one. And just to let you know, another riding we're still watching in Alberta, the only left to be settled is that of Edmonton Centre, where Anne McClellan is running in second place against Laurie Hahn of the Conservatives. If he holds on to this, that would be a sweep in Alberta. They love curling there. They're yelling that. They're hurrying hard for him to take that riding, Peter.
All right, Diana, thanks very much. Here's some good news for you, no matter who you were voting for on this day, and no matter how you feel about the result as it is tonight. The turnout is actually going to be higher this time than in 2004. Everybody thought the turnout was going to drop because of a January election, people not particularly happy with politics as it's been played in the last couple of years. It's going to be higher, not by much, but nevertheless it's going to stay over 60%, and there were fears it would drop into the 50% range. Let's check in now. Evan Solomon has the winner in Etobicoke Lakeshore, and that's Michael Ignatieff with him. Evan.
Peter, yes, I'm joined now by the new MP of Etobicoke Lakeshore, Michael Ignatieff. Michael, when I saw you during the campaign, you said it was one of the most physically exhausting things you've ever done. Right now, what's your first order of business as a new MP?
I'm going to go home and vacuum my house and do my laundry, Evan. It has been a grueling campaign. But I'm mostly also going to thank these supporters. I think you saw the affection and enthusiasm. It's been one of the most touching moments of my life. I'm still trying to absorb it. Particularly touching to see Kurds, Somalis, new Canadians, old Canadians, everybody out here celebrating the victory.
Michael, I would be remiss if I didn't ask you lots of talk about your leadership. If this is the first step in a long political career, do you see it one day ending up in a leadership race for you and potentially being the leader of the party?
Evan, I think that's a presumptuous question. We've got a prime minister who fought like a tiger, and he's earned the respect of everybody in the party. It was a tough night for the party, but we're still standing up. We took a lot of punishment, and we're still in business. I don't want to think, talk, discuss leadership at all.
So we'll see you in the House of Parliament. Peter, that's Michael Ignatieff, the newly minted MP after a hard-fought and at times rocky road, but now the newly minted MP of Etobicoke Lakeshore. Peter.
All right, Evan, thanks very much. What are we waiting for at this point in the evening? Well, you start to see the leaders coming out at some point to say words to not only their supporters, but to the nation at large. Often these things are figured out between the leaders, or at least their staffs, during the evening as to who's going to go first and who's going to go last. And usually the person who goes last is either the new about to be prime minister or the outgoing one. At this moment, we haven't seen any signals, heard any signals from any of the parties yet about who's stepping forward. That's interesting, given the time of the evening, 11:30, approaching 11:30 here in central Canada. 123 for the Conservatives, 102 for the Liberals, 50 for the Bloc, 31 for the NDP, and that one independent in Quebec City. Ian Hannamansing brings us up to date on British Columbia.
Well, Peter, hours ago when we were broadcasting to Atlantic Canada, your panel was talking about the disconnect or lack of correlation sometimes between the number of votes and the number of seats, and we're seeing that play out in British Columbia to an extent. Let's look at the share of votes in British Columbia so far this evening, and you see the Conservative Party up by 4 percentage points, 40.4%. The NDP and the Liberals in a virtual dead heat at around 26%. But how does that translate in terms of seats? Well, even though the Conservatives are up in terms of their vote, right now they are down in seats. This includes not just elected, but also seats where they're leading. The big story continues to be the NDP more than doubling their seat total. Again, though, these are not all nailed down. So how do we get that disconnect, if it is a disconnect between the number of votes and the number of seats? Well, it's in part because of a phenomenon happening in places like Abbotsford, a Conservative stronghold. It has been for many elections, long before the uniting of the right. And once again tonight, you see the Conservative candidate, Ed Fast. This is is Randy White's old riding, by the way, is winning this, has been declared elected with 63% of the votes. On the other hand, there are a number of ridings in British Columbia that are three-way races, and the NDP, Conservatives, Liberals, all in contention in these. So, for example, Victoria, David Anderson, the former cabinet minister, his old riding, NDP hoping to pick this one up, and they are in the lead, but look how slim that lead is, and all three parties playing a significant role in how those results are going. And then Newton North Delta, this is another three-way race. Yes, the Conservatives are in the lead, but it's been bouncing back and forth throughout the evening, and so it's been happening really since the polls closed and the numbers started to come in. And speaking of numbers coming in, we know Sven Robinson has always had a flair for the dramatic. Well, he made sure that these were the last results. Well, I don't really know that. I'm sure he had no role in this, but for whatever reason, Vancouver Centre results were late. They're only reporting now. Hedy Fry beat Kim Campbell years ago to win this riding. She's faced many different challenges, and many people feel that she'll face quite a challenge before this night is through. From Sven Robinson, 25 years he was the MP for a Burnaby area riding. That's a suburb of Vancouver. A spirited fight in Vancouver Centre. We finally have some numbers, and right now Hedy Fry is in the lead. Peter?
All right, you know, we made a couple of calls to try and figure out why it was taking so long in Vancouver Centre. It turns out that there were lineups in a couple of the polling stations and they extended the hours. That happens occasionally. It happened in Vancouver Centre. Another good sign in terms of people committed to voting today is the number is, looks like the turnout number is going to be higher than last year. It's already running at almost 61%. Last year, or 2 years ago, 2004, was 60.4. Keith.
Peter, I wanted to pick up on a point you made just a few moments ago about the sort of the urban-rural split that may be a consequence of this vote. One way to do that is look at the three major urban areas in Canada. Let's start with Montreal and look at the representation from Montreal. You're going to have 9 Liberals elected there with 3 leading for a total of 12. And then you have, you're going to have a total probably of 6 Bloc 5 elected and 1 leading there. But, I mean, no Conservatives whatsoever from Montreal, and that's a trend that we're going to see as we move west. Next to Toronto, the largest city in the country, you have 18 Liberals elected there with 1 leading for a total of 19. You have 2 New Democrats elected, 1 leading for a total of 3. 22 seats in Metro Toronto, and again, no representation of the Conservative Party there, so no representation of that part of the country, Metro Toronto, in the governing caucus. And finally out to the west coast, in Vancouver, you can see we have 2 leading and 2 elected in the on the Liberal column, 1 elected in the NDP column, and again, no Conservatives. So the 3 largest urban areas in the country not represented in the governing caucus, those are the kinds of issues that are often more complex, diverse, and sometimes difficult. I've talked about this phenomenon with Conservative advisors and strategists, and they say there is, in some respects, an upside to it in that it makes a more cohesive caucus, but still a glaring absence in their caucus and one that may cause them trouble in future.
Okay, we're watching Belinda Stronach head into her headquarters tonight. She has won re-election. Let's listen to see if Laurie Graham can get hold of her.
How does it feel with this song, Ms. Stronach?
Feels great to be here.
And what do you think the voters said to you this evening by re-electing you?
Belinda Stronach heading up to the microphone, wanting to get up to the calmness of the podium area. Laurie Graham doing her best to get a few comments. She's won re-election fairly easily here tonight in her riding of Newmarket Aurora. She's won by about 4,000 votes roughly, almost 5,000 votes. In Newmarket Aurora. That's twice she's won the riding, once as a Conservative, then as we all know she crossed the floor last year to prop up the Martin Liberals at a crucial time, and wins re-election tonight. So it'll be interesting to see the results of this in terms of her political future, her father getting the kiss and the hug from the daughter now, Frank Stronach, of course, the well-known auto parts magnate here in Canada, has a worldwide influence in terms of his business. Ed Broadbent scanning the crowd, looking for Buzz Hargrove. And Belinda Stronach, a happy person. While we're waiting for her to speak, enjoying the moment with the crowd, it's worth keeping in mind she ran second to Stephen Harper in the Conservative Party leadership when it was held. Did quite well there for somebody who did not have a seat in Parliament and was a political rookie. Lost on the first ballot, but did finish second. The question, of course, will now be if there is a Liberal leadership race opening up, will she run for that? So we're waiting to see what she has to say to her supporters. Safe bet she won't be asked to be the Speaker by the Conservatives if they're looking for somebody from the Liberal benches to give them a little maneuvering room. Of course, it's an elected role now, so it's different. I want to talk to Dawn about that a little later. So here's Belinda Stronach. Let's see what she has to say.
Man, we did it. We did it. No, we did it. We did it. First and foremost, I gotta breathe. On a night like this, there are many thank yous. Thank you to the residents of Newmarket and Aurora. For giving me the honor to once again serve your interests in the House of Commons. There are fewer greater reasons for gratitude than being chosen by your peers to represent them. And I'm proud to be the Member of Parliament for the people of Newmarket and Aurora. Thank you to all of my volunteers and supporters who work day and night to make this possible. There are so many people who deserve thanks that I won't even try to name them all by name, with one exception, Kyle Peterson. Who managed this campaign with great skill and lots of humor. The efforts of my fantastic team have paid off, and I appreciate so much you have all done. I love you all. I'd also like to take a moment to thank the folks in the Liberal campaign, both nationally and in Ontario, who worked tirelessly and were very helpful to me. I'd like to say a very special thank you to my family, to my son and my daughter, Frank and Nikki, to my mother, Elfrida, and a special thanks to my father.
All right, Belinda Stronach thanking her father and her supporters in the riding of Newmarket Aurora as she wins re-election tonight. If she looked a little surprised by it all, she probably wasn't the only one, because not many people were in the dying days of the campaign thought she was going to win, and that included some of the people in her own party, her new party, the Liberal Party. But not only does she win, she wins fairly handily in Newmarket Aurora tonight. Let's go to Ottawa. Margot McDermott is standing by with one of the new Conservative MPs, John Baird.
Peter, I'm here with a very happy new MP, John Baird, here in Ottawa, West Nepean. He has just won. First of all, congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Now, this was a Liberal stronghold for 18 years. What pushed it your way this time?
Well, I think, I guess we're still very thrilled about the results. I think the desire for change. I think there was a lot of respect for the kind of campaign that Stephen Harper ran, a positive campaign, an issues-oriented campaign. Last time, fear beat anger. This time, I think hope beat fear, and we're all very excited today.
Now, you're known as one of the more socially progressive Conservatives. You're supporting the same-sex marriage law, unlike some of your colleagues. What role will you play in the caucus, given your views?
Oh, listen, I was an early supporter of Stephen Harper. I think he did an extraordinary job bringing the two parties together, and I'm very excited to have the opportunity to work with him as Prime Minister. I think he'll do great things for this country. I want to work hard for people in Ottawa, West Nepean, ensure that their voice is heard when decisions are made, particularly on seniors and helping public servants, and delivering the real change that we we committed to during this campaign.
Well, do you think your constituents also support the same-sex law?
Well, I think there was a good number of folks that did support me, that didn't perhaps share that view, and I should acknowledge that, but it showed that Stephen Harper, I think, has clearly demonstrated that it's a big tent Conservative Party, and it's the support we've received across the country today in Quebec and the West, the Maritimes, and particularly here in Ontario, as it demonstrates that.
Mr. Baird, thank you very much, and congratulations again.
Thank you so much.
That's John Baird, who just won here in the Ottawa West Nepean riding. Back to you, Peter.
All right, Margot, thanks very much. We're watching a lot of ridings in the country, obviously, tonight, all 308 of them. It's interesting, some of them are, the counting's all done, but it ended up very close. Here's one that's worth a second look. It's the Parry Sound Muskoka riding that the Conservatives have won tonight. Are we going to be able to put it up on the screen? It's an interesting way. Here it comes. Parry Sound Muskoka. This is Tony Clement, former Ontario cabinet minister, now in the Tory Federal Caucus, but it's not over until the recount is done. When you go through the Election Canada rules, there's a certain percentage of the vote. If it's that narrow, the gap between first and second, there's an automatic recount even if one isn't called for. This will be one of those. All the polls are reporting tonight. Tony Clement wins by 21 votes, but there will be a recount in Parry Sound, Muskoka, so he still has to go through that hurdle as well. That, as I think Don pointed out earlier, Tony Clement is probably one of those who Stephen Harper will seriously be considering for a cabinet role in his new cabinet. George Stroumboulopoulos has been with us, has been patient this last while we've been running through the ridings. And George, we give you a bit of time to talk to some of your guests there.
Thank you very much, Peter. Yes, everybody here has been very closely watching the television screens. The result, Canada votes for change, maybe not as big a change as some thought. Let us begin over here with the man who's been blogging for us all night on MatthewGood.org. You stopped now, you're done. You've got
Blogged out.
What do you thought? Your thoughts on tonight's results?
I really think it was a referendum on the sponsorship scandal to begin with. So I'm not really surprised, really, with the outcome.
Yeah, well, and whether it was a referendum or not, no one deserves to be rewarded for stealing from the Canadian people. So I think that there had to be change.
Although they did not get trounced quite as big as some people said they might have.
This is the Canadian version of change, right? It's like, we don't really like you, but we don't want you out completely, so you can still have triple digits.
President of Blue Jays, Paul Godfrey, what do you think about tonight's results?
Well, again, I'm not surprised. I think that the Liberal Party lost Quebec tonight, and I think that was the difference in the election. If they hold their own in Quebec, the results may stay the same. They held their own in Ontario, but they got beaten up in the province that the scandal took place in, and I think, as was previously said, it was a vote on the Gomery report, and the people of Quebec rejected the Liberals, and consequently we have a new Prime Minister.
Now, Gomery drew flies in terms of ratings in most of Canada, but in Quebec, oh, you might have all been watching the most famous trial ever. Quebecer, born, but you're back now. What do you think about tonight? And Mr. Godfrey's comments on how this was about Quebec?
Well, I'm not. I know that Quebec has some big issues to the Liberals. I'm more shocked, just as an overall Canadian perspective, of the thought that if Harper had been empowered 2 years ago, we'd be at war right now. And that, to me, seems like a big red flag of confusion for what I consider a very peaceful country. That's my concern.
Melissa, let's come back to Toronto for a second and talk to Cardinal Fishaw. Your thoughts on tonight's results?
Well, I'll tell you honestly, for the young people that I represent, I think really and truly the only thing that we were paying attention to is the fact that the Liberals had to be shaken up. And as was said before, I think it's something where Canada didn't want to totally write them off, but at the same time, we all knew that they couldn't win. You know what I mean? So hopefully with this new government intact, I don't know, hopefully there's still, there's still people that will be able to balance out the power a little bit so that certain issues that are important to myself and others like me won't just totally get cut out of the picture.
Cardinal Fishaw, as you can see, Peter, a lot of different thoughts on tonight's program, and I'm sure the conversations will carry long and long into the weeks. Back to you.
Okay, thanks, George. We're going back out to Saskatchewan. Melissa Fung is standing by with the current Minister of Finance, Ralph Goodale. Melissa.
Peter, I'm with Ralph Goodale, who wins re-election tonight for the 5th time. Congratulations.
Thank you, Melissa.
Good night for you, tough night for your party. Your thoughts?
Yes, I'm very
pleased with the results here in Wascana. A very strong vote, and given the nature of the campaign, which was a pretty nasty one at times, I'm grateful for the loyal support of the people of Wascana. Nationally, I think we've done a lot better than a lot of the pundits were forecasting, a lot of the pollsters were suggesting, but obviously we will now be in a role in opposition. And it will be very important for the party to read all of the lessons from tonight and from the campaign. That will take a little bit of time, but we need to read that accurately, perform the appropriate public service in opposition, holding the government to account, putting up our alternative ideas and values, so that Canadians will be able to see the clear distinctions between the parties and perform our role in the public interest.
Thank you very much, Mr. Goodale. Peter, back to you.
All right, Melissa, thank you very much. Ralph Goodale making no doubt where he sees the evening ending, and that is with the Liberals heading towards opposition. 122 Conservatives leading or elected. They're almost all done now in that column. 105 for the Liberals. Goodale points out that is more than most pundits were giving them, and that is in fact true. The Bloc at 51, the NDP at 29, and that one independent, the radio talk show host in Quebec City, who has won election tonight as an independent. From one radio talk show host to another.
Thank you.
Rex Murphy.
Thank you very much, sir. I truly
That's
appreciate.
obviously the trick.
I truly appreciate that. We've got a number here, Peter, that are commenting on the result as it is, the fact that obviously the Conservatives didn't make any tremendous leap up the stream, and neither were the Liberals doused. But a lot of people, I think, have got their finger on this particular pulse. Camilla Park writes, as an Ontarian, I deliberated a great deal on how to vote, and I sincerely hope the message to Stephen Harper is loud and clear. We've given you, this is in bold, a limited opportunity, and we certainly hope that you will in no way, either fiscally or socially, abuse that opportunity. From Saskatchewan comes another email. Many Conservative MPs kept saying that Canadians are embracing the Conservative platform, and that's why they're poised to form the next government. We say, be careful with that thinking and don't let it go to your head. Many people voted Conservative simply to punish the Liberals and may not be confident supporters of Stephen Harper or his party. I'll give you one more sample. It is a theme that the limitation that's been imposed here tonight, the balance that's in the government, was in the voters' minds as they voted. Given the appetite for change in this country, given the corruption, this must be a hollow victory for Stephen Harper. We will now see if he can rise to the challenge of statesmanship and build a coalition that will give Canada a strong, stable government for the next few years, or will he remain the thinly veiled right-wing demagogue the country apparently still fears he is? There was caution built into the way that people voted today, and curiously enough, Canadians seem to be, without being patronizing, very sophisticated in the kinds of judgments that they made and the way that they made them. But I'm not letting you go without having at least showing you at least one thing here. There's a man who says that he's going to make a fortune selling bumper stickers. His name is Kenneth France, and the bumper sticker will read, "Don't blame me, I voted Liberal." Back to you, Peter.
Yeah, well, he wouldn't have been wearing that bumper sticker a week ago now, would he?
Truly not. But it is very interesting that the result we're seeing on the screen, the kind of tamed minority, that people thought this thing through, and it is showing up in the comments that are coming in even as we're live. And by the way, if you want to send some more, especially from BC, it's election night at cbc.ca. Back to the non-radio host.
Yeah, thanks, Rex. Rex Murphy, of course, not only a major part of our program at the National with his comments, but also as the host of the CBC Radio's Cross Country Checkup. I want to check one thing with Don Newman, so I want to give him a little warning so he can get in a position to answer me, and that is on this issue of the Speaker of the House. There used to be a time where that was the Prime Minister's prerogative, would pick the Speaker and decide who it was. In a situation like this, in minority governments, the numbers are tight, a Prime Minister could go and pick somebody, convince somebody out of the opposition benches to make his situation a little better. But that's changed now because there has to be a vote by all members on who the Speaker is.
That is right. That is since John Fraser became the Speaker in the mid-'80s. And I expect Peter Milliken, who was re-elected tonight in Kingston in the Islands, will run again. And I wouldn't be surprised if he did get elected because obviously, as you point out, better to have a vote from the opposition side. So the 122 Conservatives, that what it is, yes. They may all decide that they want to vote for Peter Milliken, and certainly some of the other people would as well. He's been a pretty good speaker, and he got opposition votes, obviously, to be the speaker in the last parliament because it was a minority parliament. So I think that perhaps Peter Milliken will continue as speaker. Other people will run. It's an elimination contest. They drop off the lowest name on each ballot until there is one standing. But I would not be at all surprised if Peter Milliken continues as the speaker of the 39th Parliament, just as he was in the 37th and the 38th.
All right. Thanks, Don. We're clarifying that. It'll be interesting to see what happens, and if that does, if Peter Milliken is retained as Speaker, what impact that has on the overall numbers. Still a few ridings to be settled, but at the moment a Conservative NDP arrangement would not be enough to give the Conservatives a hold on power for some time. So we'll see what happens. We also want to check in with Joanna Remiliotis tonight because she's standing by with a special guest. Joanna.
Hi, Peter. I'm with Jim Flaherty in the riding of Whitby, Oshawa, just east of Toronto. Mr. Flaherty is a new Conservative winner here. He's wrested the riding from a Liberal incumbent, Judy Longfield, who's been here since 1997. Mr. Flaherty, congratulations.
Thank you.
Now, the Conservatives put you in here because you had star quality. You've been a former provincial cabinet minister representing the provincial Conservatives here for 10 years. How much of this race was about you on a personal level? How much of it was about Stephen Harper's Conservative Party?
It's a combination of things. But Judy, my opponent, had been the member here for 7 years. She's well known, and I'm well known here as well. So what the parties were putting forward mattered. And I found, with the criminal justice stance that we took about tougher sentencing and the child care allowance with money going to the parents, and then some tax relief on the GST, it resonated with people. So it really helped me to have that policy clearly expressed.
Thank you very much. Back to you, Peter.
All right, Joanna, thanks very much. Jim Flaherty, of course, as Joanna points out, is the former Minister of Finance in Ontario. Could he be the next federal Minister of Finance? Well, obviously, we'll have to wait and find out. This is Olivia Chow, Jack Layton's wife, who has won election tonight. The second husband and wife team in the history of Parliament heading to Ottawa. The only husband and wife team this time around. Let's listen to Olivia Chow.
People of Trinity Spadina for voting today with hope instead of fear. Some people across Canada have been watching this riding with extra interest because I'm the spouse of our leader, Jack Layton. But this election today was not about us, even though I'm very, very happy that we will be working together again. This election was about you, the people who live here, about all the people in Trinity Spadina. The victory is yours. I will take your hopes to Ottawa. I will work with our strong and united team of New Democrats, and I will work with you to get results for the things that we all care about. At City Hall, and now I'll be your voice in Ottawa. I will give a voice to people inspired by wonderful friends like the great and courageous June Callwood. I've worked with June over the years to try to eliminate child poverty, which is a national disgrace. June has been in despair because the other parties pretend there is no poverty. But the people of Trinity Spadina knows differently. and I will be your voice to make child poverty history.
Olivia Chow speaking in Toronto tonight. She will be heading to Ottawa with her husband Jack Layton as the husband and wife team in the NDP move on. If you're wondering who the other husband and wife team were, they were the Greywalls, elected for the Conservative Party last time around in 2004. Gurmont Greywall, the husband, chose not to seek re-election this time. You remember the controversy attached to him on the tape recordings last summer. So if we go from Toronto to Calgary, Diana Blonsey was a longtime member of first the Reform Party, then the Canadian Alliance, now the Conservatives, re-elected tonight in Calgary, Nose Hill, and she's with Carol McNeil. Carol.
Peter, thank you so much. Diane, I'll get right to it with you. How stable is this minority government, Conservative minority government, going to be?
Well, by definition, a minority government is a shorter term than a majority, but I think it is a start. Canadians are saying we want to change. We're not sure we want to go all the way, but we want to test drive the Conservative Party, and we're quite happy because we know they're going to like the product, they're going to like the platform that we have and the priorities we have for Canada.
Well, speaking of the platform, how do you propose to get your platform forward in a minority government situation?
Well, I think it's very clear that we have a mandate for the priorities we've laid out for Canadians, to put the Accountability Act in place, to clean up government, to lower taxes, to provide help for parents to raise their kids, to get tough on crime, and also, of course, to negotiate a patient wait time guarantee in the healthcare system. I think all parties know that has been what we've been campaigning on. That's what we won on. I'd be very surprised if there was a problem moving ahead on those priority areas.
Okay, well, we'll check in the weeks ahead. We're going to send it back to Peter now. Thank you, Peter.
Thank you. Carol McNeil with Diana Blonsey. Well, let's go to Newmarket, Aurora, where Laurie Graham is with Belinda Stronach. Laurie.
Hey, thanks, Peter. It's turned out to be quite a night here in Belinda Stronach's riding. She joins me now, and it was suggested that it was going to be a very tight race. In fact, a lot of your people were saying too close to call, but you managed to pull it off. How are you doing?
I'm doing great now, and obviously very relieved and very grateful to the people of Newmarket and Aurora for giving me the honor and the privilege to continue to serve our community.
A little bit of a bittersweet victory, though. If you look at the numbers, you came out after crossing the floor, you became a federal minister, and now you're going into opposition. What's that going to mean for you?
Well, I got into public life to make a difference, to focus on issues of productivity, of prosperity, the economy, jobs, education, and to promote a more open and tolerant society. And you can continue to do that. I will continue to do that.
What's going to be your biggest role now in opposition? What is, in terms of working with your former party, how are you going to manage to do that?
Well, I'm not sure what my role is going to be yet in opposition, but like I said, there's specific reasons I got into politics in the first place, and to make sure that we do improve our quality of life here. We know how to compete in this global economy. We focus more on education, so I hope to focus on those things.
And you left this party, actually, the Conservative Party, that now you're going to be looking at as your new government, and Mr. Harper as the Prime Minister. How is that going to feel in that?
You know what? You can never lose when you follow your heart and your principles, and I did that.
Okay, and just finally, there's some suggestion that there may be bigger things for you. You've won this seat. What now for you besides serving in the opposition? Anything bigger and broader?
Well, we have a leader, Paul Martin, and I hope to be able to work with Mr. Martin to continue to re-energize the party, rebuild the party, and to focus on the issues that I talked about.
All right, Ms. Stronach, thank you very much and congratulations. All right, Peter, back to you.
Thank you. Laurie Graham with Belinda Stronach. As we zero in now on the final 25 ridings that are still at play. No final decision in 25 of the ridings so far tonight, as the votes are still being counted. Some of them are very close, so we're keeping our eye on that. And that may be also what some of the leaders are keeping their eye on as well, trying to find out exactly where their party's going to end up in total seats by the end of the evening. At the moment, it looks this way. 123 Conservatives leading or elected, and they will form a minority government situation. The Liberals at 104 seats right now. Paul Martin making the decisions about exactly what he's going to say in his speech coming up in the next few moments. The Bloc Québécois at 50 seats, still the dominant force in Quebec. However, they took a hit tonight. They lost a couple of seats, but they also lost a good chunk of their share of the vote. They're down around 41% of the vote. They had 48 before in the last Parliament in 2004 after the election. Here are the overall vote share numbers as you see them: 36.5% for the Conservatives, 30.1% for the Liberals. So the Conservatives with about a almost 6.5 point edge on the vote share overall across the country. Keep in mind the surveys that you saw in the last couple of the weeks of the campaign. Well, actually, to be fair, many of them were in that range, 6, 7, 8 points. There were some, I guess, rogue polls that had it much higher than that, upwards of 18 points a week ago. Unless there was a collapse in the vote in the last week, that one may have been a little bit out. The NDP at 17.3, that's up a couple of percentage points for them. The Bloc at 10 points. That's their national number, but of course it's based on their 40% or so in Quebec. The Greens, slight increase for them. The no seats tonight again, 4.5% of the vote tonight. That would have had an impact. And that one independent candidate winning his riding in Quebec City. Time once again to do another round through British Columbia. Ian, you've been watching those?
And Peter, when we've been talking about British Columbia up until now, we've been focusing on the NDP because they look like they're going to be making big gains in British Columbia. But let's look at the Conservative Party now, because after all, it is going to form the government in Canada, and it's going to send the most MPs of any of the parties from British Columbia. And when we look at the Conservatives, we also look at some prominent MPs, and there may be some talk about potential cabinet seats. As we see right now, the Conservatives leading or elected in 16, that is down. But someone who's represented the Conservatives, and before that, the Reform and the Alliance for 4 elections now. He's won his 5th. Chuck Strahl and Chilliwack Fraser Canyon, of course, talk about his health. He has a rare cancer of the lung lining. I was talking to him a couple of hours ago. He says he is completely asymptomatic. He's still out jogging, feels really healthy, and he's ready to jump on a plane to head back and forth between Ottawa and Chilliwack as he's done for the last 4 terms. Port Moody Westwood, and James Moore has won now his 3rd election representing this riding for the Conservatives, and this veteran of Parliament is all of 29 years old. He is affable, he's articulate. There's much talk about him as a potential cabinet minister, but he says that he knows the math may not work out very well for people in British Columbia, for Conservatives in the caucus. By the time the Ontario cabinet ministers, Quebec cabinet ministers are chosen, like all potential cabinet ministers that I've heard tonight, he said he's willing to do whatever his party leader wants. And Stockwell Day, he's a lightning rod for controversy and a magnet for votes. Once again, he has won his riding, and he's won it big as he has the last couple of elections in Okanagan, Coquihalla. Obviously, a lot of talk about him as a potential cabinet minister, but the question would be, what cabinet post would he fill? Peter?
Don't ask me. I'm not going there. We heard enough from Rick Mercer on that topic earlier.
Interstellar affairs. No.
Thanks, Ian. Ian and Ann Mansing watching the BC vote. And where are we going now? I'm sorry? Okay, let's go to Montreal. Mark Kelly is at the Liberal Party headquarters. Stéphane Dion is standing by with Mark Kelly. Mark?
Thanks, Peter. Well, you're talking about who's going to be in a potential cabinet here, or who's a potential minister in this cabinet. We know an outgoing minister right now, Minister of the Environment, Stéphane Dion. You have one you're riding here on the island of Montreal, but of course you will be giving up your post as the Minister of the Environment. Your reaction tonight, I mean, obviously the Quebec story has been a surprising one when we see the gains that the Conservatives made in this province. Was this all Gomery?
Well, mostly. I want to congratulate the Mr. Harper, first thing, and the Conservative Party. Second, we are giving him a country in very good shape, the strongest economic growth of the OSCE countries, about low unemployment, surpluses. We may be proud of it, but the fact is that we had some scandals that prevented us to have justice facing the public, that did not really listen what we were offering. But this is democracy, and we need to accept it.
But obviously we're at a stage right now where everyone's going to be second-guessing a campaign that certainly had no traction here in the province of Quebec and had problems elsewhere. What went wrong?
Who went wrong about what?
The campaign, your campaign.
I think we never had the capacity to have our campaign. Each time we were announcing something, we had a problem with Gomery or another scandal that came, or a so-called scandal. And at the end of the day, we never had the capacity to have our own campaign. And it's very unfortunate with all these honest candidates of the Liberal Party that were perceived as dishonest by the public because of all of these scandals. but we need to accept it, and now we need to offer to Canadians the best opposition we are able to offer. They gave to us this status, and we need to be a good opposition to offer to Mr. Harper the best transition of the history of this country.
Do you think Paul Martin should resign now, step down to help renewal of the party?
I have one leader. I'm always loyal to my leader.
Okay. Stéphane Dion, merci beaucoup. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Peter?
All right, Mark, thank you. We're waiting, as you can imagine, on the finalization of 21 ridings that are still at play. In other words, we haven't seen enough votes yet to make a final determination on the status of those ridings. But you can see the numbers at the bottom of your screen. That appears to be the way it's going to play out by the end of the evening once those particular ridings are finalized. There's a pickup, by the way, for the NDP in the north. The 3 northern seats have all been Liberal, but the NDP at least winning in Western Arctic. What we're waiting for, everybody's waiting for now, are the speeches from the leaders. Let's get some. Well, there's Sven Robinson in Vancouver Centre, not one of the leaders, but his comments.
Thank you.
He lost tonight to Hedy Fry of the Liberals. Let's hear what Sven Robinson, controversial figure, has had to say.
Thank you. Thank you. Merci. My dear friends, it has been an incredible honor and privilege to represent our party as your candidate in Vancouver Centre. Thank you so much. I want to, from the bottom of my heart, I want to thank the people of Vancouver Centre who placed their trust in me in this election and in our great movement. Thank you to those who supported us today. Of course, I had hoped that we'd be making history here in Vancouver Centre tonight, but it looks like that's going to have to wait until the next election. But you know,
all right, from Sven Robinson to Montreal, Paul Martin entering the room now for the headquarters for the Liberal Party tonight. Martin, the 21st Prime Minister of Canada, and one assumes that this result tonight sends him from the Prime Minister's chair to the Opposition Leader's chair. We've heard it from his cabinet ministers. We now expect to hear it from him in his speech tonight. There has been some waiting around the nation tonight by the other leaders for the speech from the Prime Minister. And he will remain Prime Minister for at least another week. Hugh Segal suggesting perhaps another 2 weeks while the transition takes place of power from the Liberals to the Conservatives. At 103 seats, this is a better result than many people had been predicting over these past couple of weeks when the Liberals started to slide in the various survey polls, and a campaign that was at best a difficult one. It was hard to find one day over those 55 it was a good day for the Liberals. There always seemed to be some controversy attached to something that happened to them. But for Paul Martin, being in power for just a little over 2 years since he took the reins of the Liberal Party from Jean Chrétien, wins election in 2004 in a minority position, and tonight winds up with 103 seats to the Conservatives' 125. Let's hear what he has to say in his riding of La Salle-et-Mar.
Bonsoir, bonsoir. Mesdames les ministres. Bonsoir à tout le monde.
Good evening, everyone. First of all, thank you for being here. So numerous people who came from everywhere. I am delighted to see you. And I would like to speak directly to the voters in my riding. 17 years ago, I ran
les résidents de La Salle-et-Mar
in front of the residents of
de m'avoir
La
confié pour la première
Salle-et-Mar,
fois le mandat
thanking you for
de vous
giving me
représenter
for
au
the first time
Parlement
the
du Canada.
mandate to represent you in
Oui.
the Parliament of Canada.
Il y a 17 ans, vous n'étiez pas en vie, en tout cas.
You were not alive 17 years ago.
Puis il n'y avait pas autant de
And there
caméras.
were not so many
Et j'avais
cameras.
un peu plus de cheveux.
I had a bit more hair.
Mais, mais quel privilège,
But what an honor.
quel honneur pour moi de
What
vous
a privilege for
représenter
me
au
to
cours
represent
des
you
5 derniers mandats
during
et
the
maintenant
5
pour un
last
6e.
terms and now for a
Alors
6th
à
one.
tous les résidents de La
So,
Salle-et-Mar,
to all the residents of La
tous ceux
Salle-et-Mar,
et celles
to all
qui
those
m'avaient tant
who
appuyé,
supported me so much,
tant aidé pendant
helped me
ces
so
campagnes,
much during those campaigns,
je veux vous dire merci
I would like to say thank you
du fond du cœur.
from the bottom of my heart.
To all those here in La Salle-et-Mar who have supported me, who have helped out over the course of 6 election campaigns, who have given their all, I thank you from the bottom of my heart.
I love you forever.
I want to thank Lucy. I want to thank Suzanne, Sylvain, Lorraine. Je sais pas où ils sont, Suzanne, Sylvain, Lorraine, mais chacun, partout.
Not just Suzanne,
Vous
Sylvain,
ne pouvez pas
Laurent,
croire à quel point je
everybody.
vous
You
dois.
cannot
je vous dois
believe
tout
to
ceci.
what extent
Et,
I owe you so
lorsque j'y
much.
pense, hein,
And when I think
17 ans,
about
c'est
it,
long.
17
Vous savez,
years is a
vous
long
m'avez
time.
enduré.
And
C'est
you
pas
have
croyable. En même temps,
stood by me. At the same
je
time,
veux remercier
I
tous
would like to
ceux et
thank all
toutes celles
those
qui ont servi avec moi
who served with me
au Parlement
in
canadien.
the
I want
House
to
of
express my
Parliament.
gratitude to all of those who served with me in cabinet and caucus right across the country, from coast to coast to coast. I am so proud of what we have achieved together. We not only... That's Mo Chapman, who's like me, another transplant from Windsor. We not only believed, those of us who were elected and were in Ottawa along with you, we not only believed, we acted on the belief that Canada is strongest as a nation when we endeavored to ensure that no Canadian is ever left behind.
Hear, hear.
Pour beaucoup de nos collègues,
Now, for many of our colleagues,
ça n'a pas été facile ce soir.
It
For
was
many
not
of our
easy
colleagues,
this
it's been a
evening.
tough night. But there will be another chance, and there will be another time. And to all of those who ran under the Liberal banner, to all of those who ran under the Liberal banner, pour tous nos candidats, toutes nos
for
candidats
all
partout au
our
pays.
candidates everywhere
Those
in
who
the
won their
country,
seats, ceux qui ont gagné ce soir, and those who did not. To those across the country who volunteered their time to go door to door, nos bénévoles,
our
those who
volunteers,
hammered long signs into the cold, cold ground to join our campaign for a better Canada, you have done your party and you have done your country. Que vous êtes déçus ce soir, on le comprend.
I understand why you're here this evening. You should be proud of everything
You may
you've
feel
achieved.
disappointment tonight, but be proud of all that we have accomplished. Be proud of what we have done for Canada, how we turned around the nation's finances and restored confidence to a country whose spirit was nearly broken. Be proud of the way that we put that strong economy to work for the benefit of Canadians, with a national child care program, with a plan to reduce wait times in our treasured system of public health care, with a new deal to strengthen our cities and our communities, with a commitment to end the shame of Aboriginal poverty. Nous libéraux devraient être fiers
We
de
should
ce
be
que nous avons
proud
accompli
of
ensemble.
everything we've achieved
Nous avons donné
together.
au Canada la meilleure
We
performance
have given
économique de
Canada
son
the
histoire.
best economic performance in its history.
Nous avons hérité d'un pays en difficulté, nous
We
en avons
have
fait un pays dont les finances
inherited
publiques sont
a
l'envie
country
du
in
monde entier.
difficulty and we've turned
Nous
it
avons mis en
around.
place les fondations
We set
sociales
up
nécessaires
the necessary social
pour assurer que notre richesse
foundations
collective
to
soit
ensure
répartie équitablement.
that the
Nous avons fait la promotion des valeurs
collective wealth
canadiennes dans le
be
monde.
fairly distributed.
Maintenant,
Now,
je viens
I
de téléphoner à
have
Stephen Harper.
just called Stephen
Je lui ai
Harper
félicité.
and
I've just telephoned Stephen Harper and I've offered him my congratulations. The people of Canada have chosen him to lead a minority government. I wish him the best. We differ on many things, but we all share a belief in the potential and the promise of Canada and the desire of our country to succeed. I also want to congratulate Jack Layton and Gilles Duceppe on campaigns hard fought. Ce soir,
this evening
nous n'avons pas eu
we have not
les résultats voulus au
had
Québec.
the results we had
Beaucoup
hoped for
d'individus
in
de grande
Quebec.
valeur et de bons
Many
députés ont été défaits.
very important people were defeated.
Québécois, je
To
dis
the
ceci.
Quebecers, I would like
Je
to
sais que
say,
votre attachement au
I
Canada
know that your attachment to
profond.
Canada is
J'ai
deep,
la ferme conviction que nous serons toujours plus
and I
forts
believe
si nous restons
that
unis.
we will remain stronger as long as we stand united.
Le Parti libéral,
The Liberal
Parti
Party
libéral a toujours cru en cela.
has always believed
Il
in
s'est toujours
it
battu pour cela.
and always fought
Il
for it.
continuera de se battre
He will continue
Québec
to
fier
fight
au
for
sein
a proud
d'un Canada qui
Quebec
réussit.
within a successful Canada.
À mes trois fils et Sheila, vous avez été là depuis le début. To my
Sheila
three sons, the Sheila.
and my sons.
Throughout my adult life, triumph has always been sweeter, setbacks more bearable because of your support. If you want to know what true love is, go up to your spouse and say, Sheila, I need you to spend the next 56 days with me on a campaign bus. I told Sheila, it'd be like a second honeymoon. Round about day 30, she told me that one honeymoon was enough. Political life, its ups and its downs, is taxing. It requires much. But it requires so much more of your loved ones. And so to Sheila, to Paul, to Jamie, to David and Laurence, I simply say, I love you and I thank you. Now, in closing, let me address the members of my other family, the Liberal Party of Canada. I am so proud to be a Liberal. So proud. On a raison.
And we
de
are
notre fierté.
just in being so
proud of the history of our great parties, the role it has played in building the Canada that we have today. So proud to stand with you, with Liberals across our land, people who share the belief that our country is not only great, but it is good.
I'm so proud to belong to the Liberal family, so proud of the history of our party, its role in the education and building of Canada we love so much. And I'm so proud to be with each and every one of you, with Liberals throughout the country, with people who share the feeling that this country is not just rich, but rich in talent and generosity.
To lead our country and to serve as our country's Prime Minister. It is a task that I have taken on with complete dedication, my strengths with my flaws, and always with a deep appreciation of the responsibility that you entrusted upon me. This is what a tremendous opportunity to represent our nation abroad, to bring forth policies that make a real difference in people's lives, the chance to meet so many of you, the chance to see a little girl, it happened not long ago, fidget very nervously as I came up to her. And as I approached, she handed me a drawing. And then she started to blush when she called me Paul. And then she said, "Oh, I'm sorry, Prime Minister." Well, let me tell you, she can call me Paul again. Ours will be a strong opposition, strong in numbers with more than 100 members. Strong in its dedication to standing up for the interests of all Canadians. I will continue to represent with pride the people of LaSalle-Mard. But I will not take our party into another election as leader. In the coming days, I will consult with caucus. In the coming days, I will consult with the party leadership as to how best to ensure an orderly transition and an effective leadership in the House of Commons and the party. My dedication to the Liberal family will never wane. I have always been, and I've always been at the service of our party, today, tomorrow, and always. Nous serons en opposition forte.
We will be a strong opposition of over 100 MPs in order to defend the interests of our country, Canada, and I will continue to proudly represent the people of LaSalle-Mard, but I will no longer lead the party at the next elections. In the days to come, I will consult the caucus and leadership of the party in order to agree on an appropriate transition to ensure an efficient leadership of the party and in the House. I have always been at the service of the party, and I will continue to do this tomorrow and forever.
But we are Liberals. We will not lose faith, we will not lose hope nor resolve. The Canada we want is one that is very much worth fighting for, and it is a fight that we will continue. And we will return fighting for a caring and a compassionate Canada. We will return fighting for a proud and an independent Canada, a people dedicated to fairness, a nation envied by the world. That's the Liberal legacy. And that is why I am so proud of yourselves. I am so proud of all of you. I am so proud of what you have done. I am so grateful to the people of LaSalle-Mard. And I am so grateful to Liberals across this great land who gave me the chance to be Prime Minister. But let me tell you, the one thing that we Liberals have always understood is that it is a great privilege. C'est un privilège to serve Canada. Thank you very much.
Paul Martin putting it all on the line in his concession speech tonight. It's rare that you hear a political leader on the night of the election say it all. Not only concede to the opposition, his political opposition, to the Conservatives in this case, being congratulated now, being consoled perhaps is a better word, by not only members of his family but members of his caucus, but also tonight Paul Martin saying He will continue to represent the riding of La Salle-Marde, but he will not lead the Liberal Party into another election. In other words, he's stepping down, telling everyone tonight, ending any conversation about that, any debate about whether he should or shouldn't stay on as leader. Martin, after leading his party in 2 elections, won a victory, a minority, won a loss in a minority situation, but as he says, he leaves the party with a strong opposition base at 102 seats. After all, that's more than Stephen Harper gained for the Conservative Party in the last election. Nevertheless, a speech where he seemed strangely at peace, and you know, he was cracking jokes. He was quite funny with a couple of them. But he's clearly made his decision about his political future. It may have explained why it took a little longer than some people expected for him to come to the podium tonight, just to make sure that he was convinced in his mind and in his family's mind that the right decisions were being made. Keith Bogue?
I think he also indicated what his future plans are in a subtle way as well when he talked about consulting with the caucus leadership about a transition of the leadership of the party in the House. Obviously, it seems anyway that he expects that there will be some kind of an interim leader for the Liberal Party in the House rather than staying on himself, which raises a question, I guess, about whether he intends to sit much longer as the member for La Salle-Marde. But obviously as well, with the number that they got, 102 seats, the prize of the leadership is considerably more attractive than it might have been. I think at this point some people are going to have to give some serious thought to what their own leadership ambitions will be, because that party is very much alive. You know, there was a lot of speculation in the last couple of weeks that the prize might not be worth having after tonight, but it clearly is.
Well, as we said, a solid base, representation in every province in the country except Alberta. In that sense, the Conservatives have representation in 9 provinces, so did the Liberals in 9 provinces, PEI where the Conservatives were shut out tonight. Quick thought from each of our panelists on what we've witnessed. It's not often you see a Prime Minister stepping out of the picture, not only his party defeated, but him making the decision on that same night that he will not be running again. Hugh Segal.
Peter, I thought it was a class act in every respect. I thought that it spoke to the happy warrior part of his career. He left a very, very advantageous business position in 1988 in a tough election to run for the Liberals when there was no real anticipation that they'd be forming a government. So he came in a difficult time. He was a good Minister of Finance. People disagree with various of his decisions, but he made some tough decisions and deserves credit for that. And then he fought very hard to become leader of the Liberal Party. And he fought not always in a way that the existing leader was delighted with, but he won it fair and square under the rules of the system. And he's now taking the decision of the public, and he's addressing it constructively, and he is putting the party first. I would have hoped that he might have stayed on longer in the context of the experience he would bring to opposition, but certainly he's given enough to the country. He has the right to have some private life and some time for him and his wife and his family, and I think he's making that decision, and it's an honorable one.
At 67 years of age, the age question obviously a factor, but the family question I think very dominant, and Sheila Martin, his wife, has made no secret of the fact that she hasn't been enthralled by this side of their life. Ed Broadman, you've had some tough words for Paul Martin over the years.
Yeah, yes, but some good words as well. And certainly on an occasion like this, I want to put the emphasis on the positive. I think it was to pick up on Hugh's term, a class act. He spoke as a relaxed man. He thanks his party. He paid tribute to his party. He paid tribute to his workers. And it was an elegant. It was an elegant stepping down of a prime minister. Other point I would like to make, though, I think, not necessarily in my party's interest, but in his party's interest, he did absolutely the right thing. I thought from his party's point of view, he had to do what he did tonight. We all know about the internal wars that are going on, have been going on in the Liberal Party, and it would have become a very fractious group if he had stayed. I think he's well aware of that. So he's saved a lot of internal turmoil, and which is another kind of leadership, to leave his party clearly now so people know what's going to happen. He's stepping down with grace.
All right. John Manley, some say that you should be considering going after that job.
Some may say that, you know. Some may want a dynamic, charismatic leader and some others may support me. Who knows? You know, I think we saw an example of Paul Martin at his best in that speech tonight. It was very gracious. It touched all the bases. It was a real touch of class.
Do you think that was the right decision to take the issue off the table
well,
right away?
Well, of course, I wouldn't answer that question for you earlier.
But now that he's done it,
now that he's done it, absolutely, it was the right thing. Ed is quite right. In the caucus meeting that will follow this election, had there been no clarity on this issue, it would have been a very difficult affair. If there's, you know, the message for the Liberal Party is there's a real need for healing. And the tribalism that has divided it is not healthy. If we don't show respect for one another, it's hard to persuade Canadians to show respect for us. And he has made a step this evening toward enabling that healing to occur, to put some of these divisions behind us. Also, you know, as Hugh was saying, he has a lot to be proud of in a long career in public life. This is very tough. It's a tough business, and he will have the experience that I had 2 years ago, that when you actually leave, people stop throwing bricks and they start throwing flowers. And if you ever say that politics is a thankless task, it's not, because people will now acknowledge the contribution that he's made. They'll thank him for it and they'll respect him for it. But it's been a tough 8 weeks for Paul Martin.
All right. Well, some people enjoy that moment upon leaving and the credits they get. They do it more than once. But we won't ask you about that, Broadman, because we have a special guest joining us from Madrid, Spain right now, the last Conservative Prime Minister of Canada, Kim Campbell, who, as we know, suffered a difficult election night in 1993 after her term in office as Prime Minister of Canada. She's in Madrid tonight because she chairs the Club of Madrid, which is a group of former First Ministers from around the world, and they are having an important meeting there over these next couple of days. Kim Campbell, good of you to join us from Madrid. Your thoughts on this election night in Canada? I know it's 6 in the morning there, but you're up to speed on what's happened, and there will be another Conservative Prime Minister.
Well, I think, first of all, I agree that Paul Martin has just ended his political career with great grace and dignity, and I feel for him. I mean, I think it's been very difficult and bittersweet for him. I think that Stephen Harper has a real challenge. I congratulate all the people who won, and I congratulate him on his victory, and I wish him well as the new Prime Minister. He's got a tough row to hoe, leading a minority government, and the fact that Paul Martin has decided to step down means that there will be the spectacle of a Liberal leadership campaign, which will distract attention, probably in a good way for the Liberals, in the sense that it's an opportunity for their new leadership talent to get a little bit more profile than they might have had there not been an actual campaign afoot. I think as I'm actually here because I'm Secretary General of the Club of Madrid, and our headquarters are here. So I spend a lot of my time in Spain. I'm not just here for a particular meeting. And I do a lot of work around the world to support democratic transition. So I really believe in the Conservatives always send me nasty emails, shooting messenger when I talk about the importance of not being so socially conservative. And so I think that Stephen Harper has a real challenge to create a sense of familiarity among Canadians. So because I think the result is very much a reflection of desire for change, but also some reticence, some concern about his configuration is, and where it sits in terms of mainstream Canadian values. So I think he has some very
contrary. We're saying some of it's good, but we're saying right now they aren't delivering. We can deliver these things. So think about it and lend us your vote. And a lot of people did. It didn't say completely abandon your party. And I think it was, I had nothing to do with developing that phrase, but when I heard it, I thought it was very, very sensible.
Okay, Hugh wants in here, but let's Jack Layton's about to start. We'll have time after it's over to to get both Hugh Segal and John Manley's thoughts.
Thank you, my friends. Thank you so much for all your hard
Jack
work.
Layton, here he is.
And a really, really big thank you to the voters of Toronto Danforth. A big thanks to our incredible riding campaign team. I am honored and humbled to be asked to represent the constituents of Toronto Danforth once again. And may I also take the opportunity to thank the voters of Trinity Spadina. It's been a Christmas election, and you gave me and yourselves the best present ever. But let me tell you that Olivia Chow will be a tireless and forceful representative that you will be proud to call your member of Parliament. And one of the true joys that Olivia and I have experienced in these past few weeks has been campaigning with our son Mike and our daughter Sarah here and across the country. And let me also thank all of those who presented themselves as candidates across this magnificent country for the New Democratic Party. Some of them are with me here, and hundreds of others are watching and sharing this moment with us all right now. I am so proud to serve on a team of such caliber. Thanks, too, to the thousands of volunteers and team members who took our hopeful message to their family, their friends, the people they work with, and to their neighbors. You all worked very hard, and you've done very well. But perhaps most of all, thank you to all the Canadians who supported the NDP in this election. All across the country, millions of people from Newfoundland to British Columbia, from Western Arctic to Windsor, in small towns, in steel towns, in mining towns, mill towns, auto towns, and downtowns, voted for our kind of Canada. Canada puts ordinary Canadians first, and tonight, ordinary Canadians in their millions put the trust in the NDP and took a big step forward. They took a big step towards where they belong, which is at the front of the line. Ordinary folks, working women, working men, and working families voted for change that's on their side. Thank you for your trust. We won't let you down. To seniors waiting for dignity after a lifetime of building this country, We will not let you down. We're going to fight for you day in and day out in the House of Commons. To families who want opportunity for their children, we will not let you down. We're going to fight for you. To people who want public, single-payer health care protected and our environment and politics cleaned up, I say we will not let you down. We're going to fight for you because Canadians know what New Democrats stand for. Canadians know we're on the side of you and your family. Your side. Ce soir, le Canada a voté pour panser ses blessures, pour se nettoyer le système.
Clean up the system, to bandage its wounds. Together we have chosen a new way, a way which I hope will open the door to a new future.
Un avenir pour que les Québécois et les Québécoises progressistes peuvent travailler avec nous tous,
progressively
partout au
minded, can
Canada,
work with
dans
us
le respect
everywhere
mutuel.
in Canada with mutual respect.
Parce que
Because
la vague du changement se fera aussi sentir au Québec.
the wave of change will also be felt in Quebec in the months to
Fédéralisme
come.
sera nettoyé
Federalism will be cleaned up from the stain shown by the corruption, and the NDP will cooperate with you in a new partnership in order to build the country we want to have.
Partout au Canada,
Everywhere in Canada,
du nord de l'Ontario à
from
l'Acadie,
northern
du
Ontario
Pacifique
to
à l'Atlantique,
the Acadians, from the Pacific to the Atlantic, a much louder voice will protect our hopes in Ottawa, and I would like to thank all those who trusted us this evening.
Tonight, Canadians have asked the Conservatives to form a government in a minority parliament. That will require it to listen to and heed all Canadians. I want to first congratulate Mr. Martin on his campaign and thank him for his service to this country. It is appreciated by all Canadians. I want to also congratulate Monsieur Duceppe on his campaign, which was a dignified campaign, and we will look forward to working in the House of Commons on issues. I have also extended my congratulations a moment ago to Mr. Harper. He will be Canada's next Prime Minister, and it's a heavy responsibility, and we wish him well. I would be willing to bet that Canadians aren't going to be looking for a new federal election anytime soon. They expect all parties to make the new Parliament work. Canadians know we're good at that, and we'll do our part. We'll be working hard to find ways to cooperate with the new government and with all parties in Parliament to move Canada forward. That said, While the people of Canada asked Mr. Harper to form a minority government, the people of Canada also asked New Democrats to balance that government. And Canadians have asked New Democrats to oppose it everywhere where it should be opposed. Canadians want us to challenge and scrutinize its proposals, to propose better ideas, and to make sure that Parliament puts working families first. Well, let me say to Canadians that we New Democrats accept that responsibility. We will not just oppose, we will propose in a way that's balanced and fiscally responsible. Ordinary Canadians and working families voted for us in record numbers today. We asked you for your vote. You gave it to us, and now we're going to earn it each and every day. Demain matin,
tomorrow morning,
le Canada se réveillera
will wake
et
up
se demandera quel
and will
genre de
ask
changement
itself, what
nous
kind
voulons
of
faire
change
ensemble.
do we want
Le
to
long
make
sommeil
together?
de Canada à la merci des règles du Parti libéral est terminé.
Canada is no longer at the mercy of the rules of the Liberal Party, at least for a while. And I invite Quebecers who would like to take part in this change and would like this change to be a progressive one, to examine all Canadian national options in the months to come.
Le changement
Change
est à nos portes.
Is at the doorstep. It is up to us to do it together in our own way.
Tonight, Canadians voted out of hope. They voted for change. Hope is the most fundamental of Canadian values, the dignity and opportunity that working families deserve, better, more equal communities, and a Canada filled with promise. We all hope for a future that is powered by sustainability in every sense of that word. And you know, Canadians have given us an opportunity to do more than hope. They have elected New Democrats to put their hopes into action. And so we will, with a strong, effective, and determined team of New Democrats in the new Parliament. We're going to work to earn the trust that you put into us tonight, every single day. Working together, we can build the Canada that we love. Let's get on with the job. Thank you all very much. Bonsoir et à demain.
Jack Layton's speech to supporters in Toronto tonight. He wins re-election. His party increases its vote and increases its seat total. It's still the fourth place party in Parliament. However, it is close to being in a position of holding the balance of power. It does not hold the position of balance of power, though, at the moment. You add that NDP number to the Conservative number, it comes out to 153. They need 155 to control Parliament. There are a number of issues at play. Where will the Speaker come from? What impact will that have on the overall total? And also, you know, is it possible that some of those Bloc MPs may be enticed over onto the Conservative side? There are some historic connections between some members of the Bloc Party and the old Conservative Party. That is always possible. The Liberal Party is going to be focused, though, for the next months on the leadership issue, one assumes. Paul Martin announcing tonight he's stepping down. But for Jack Layton, a big night in the sense of new seats, new votes, and an air of success clearly in that room tonight. They're celebrating. There was a moment in these last few days where some were suggesting from inside the NDP that their figures tonight might even be better than this. But nevertheless, you've got to start gains somewhere, and in 2 elections, Jack Layton has piled on the votes and the seats for his party. Keith?
Yeah, I think the point you made earlier, too, about perhaps Paul Martin, when he announced that he wouldn't lead the party into another election, effectively triggering the Liberal leadership race in the Liberal Party. Also, perhaps set the time frame for the life of this government, or at least a minimum. Once the Liberal Party has decided on a date for their leadership convention, you know that there's not going to be too much threat to the Conservative government while that's going on.
That's what they said in '79.
That's what they said in '79.
The situation was
Paul
a little
Martin
different,
could be back. That was probably more unusual than. Yeah, though I don't think we'll see that again. No. But what it means to Jack Layton, I think, is that perhaps the spirit of cooperation that he talked about there is not going to be as useful to him as he may have hoped. He doesn't have the balance of power in terms of numbers, and the Conservatives have the comfort of knowing that the Liberals will not be in a hurry to try to trigger the defeat of the government. So unless that emboldens them to try to govern as though they had a majority, which was something we've seen before in a minority situation, they do have the stability they need to at least try to figure out what their agenda should be without necessarily adopting all of the principles that Jack Layton might like to put forward.
All right. Susan Bonner is down there at the NDP headquarters, having been focused on the NDP campaign these last few weeks. I'm not sure what's happening here, whether Jack Layton's going to be taking a few questions from reporters or not. We'll keep an eye on it. Susan, there, we've caught you. Your thoughts on all this?
Well, one of the things that struck me, Peter, in the speech tonight was that Jack Layton said something nice about Paul Martin. He hasn't said a nice or a kind word about Mr. Martin throughout the campaign. That's not surprising. Of course, they are competitors. But what surprised a lot of people in this campaign was the quality of the attack on the Liberals by Jack Layton. As you and everyone knows, the NDP and the Conservatives are not in any way natural allies, and people wondered why some of the toughest attacks by Jack Layton were aimed at the Liberals and not the Conservatives. Also a lot of specifics tonight from Mr. Layton about how he would work with the Conservatives. He once again repeated in generalities the issues that are important to the NDP, seniors, healthcare, the environment, etc. But we're going to have to wait in the days and weeks ahead to find out the specifics, because Mr. Harper is going to come calling, and he is going to have to meet with Mr. Layton and talk to Mr. Layton to get any business through the House.
All right. Listen, thanks, Susan. I know it's been a exhausting last 8 weeks for Susan Bonner, as it has been for all of our reporters who have been on the campaign planes. But Susan focusing these last few weeks on the NDP plane of Jack Layton, and joining us tonight from down at Layton headquarters. We're awaiting, obviously, the arrival in Calgary of the next Prime Minister of Canada, Stephen Harper. He'll be heading to the hall where the Conservatives are meeting tonight for his speech to not only his supporters but to the nation in the next little while. One of the things we did miss was Gilles Ducep's speech to his supporters tonight. It happened at the same time Paul Martin was speaking. Nancy Wood was at that hall. We'll hear in a few moments' time a few minutes of the Duceppe remarks. But Nancy, give us a summary, if you will, of what he had to say.
Well, Peter, I guess what was most striking about his speech was the first thing he said is that the Conservatives will, if they have policies that are agreeable to Quebec, if they try to solve the fiscal imbalance, if they give Quebec more powers, he said the Bloc will work alongside the Conservatives in Parliament. And then he started talking about what the election of a Conservative government meant. And he said he respected the choice of Canadians outside Quebec, and that was all in there, it was their right, and if they wanted to choose a Conservative government. But he said that it just shows that Quebecers and Canadians are headed in very different directions indeed.
All right. Well, you know, that fiscal imbalance promise is one we've already heard from a couple of places tonight, not just Gilles Duceppe, but Bernard Lord in New Brunswick talking about it tonight as well. This was a popular promise to make in the campaign for some people, received it as a popular one, but it may be a lot harder to deliver on. It could be extremely expensive depending on which way this thing is done, and there's already a lot of debate surrounding the fiscal imbalance issue. So it'll be interesting to see how that one plays out. But let's catch a few of the remarks that Gilles Duceppe had to make. This is on tape earlier while Paul Martin was speaking. Here it is.
Bonsoir, bonsoir tout le monde.
Good evening, everyone. If I may, to begin with, thank my spouse, my daughter, and my son. I thank them for their support and for their love. Yes.
Avant d'être chef, vous savez, je suis député de Laurier-Sainte-Marie et j'en suis très fier.
Leader, I'm first and foremost a member of the Assembly, and I'm very proud of that role.
Je veux remercier chaleureusement les gens qui m'ont fait confiance encore une fois.
The people who trust me once again. And I would like to tell them, as well as all the volunteers who have worked so much for this trust given to me for the 6th time, goes straight to my heart, and I thank you very much. I would also like to congratulate Mr. Harper on his victory, as well as Messrs. Leighton and Martin. Politics is very demanding, especially for leaders, even though it is for all candidates. All these people running honor democracy, and I would like to pay my respects to them this evening. Dear friends, luckily, this evening in Quebec, it's once again the Bloc Québécois.
For the
5th time in a row, Quebecers have elected a majority of candidates from the Bloc Québécois. Quebecers have shown their trust in sovereignties to protect their interests in Ottawa. We have made great progress both on the island of Montreal and in the Outaouais region. We have managed to ally Quebecers from all regions, all age groups, all origins, with no exception whatsoever. We have grouped together large parts of the Quebec society, and we have made order in Quebec. These elections started because the Liberal government lost all moral authority to govern. We asked Quebecers to punish the Liberal Party of Canada, a corrupt party which has violated Quebec democracy and has paid the price dearly this evening. It's a victory for the Bloc Québécois, a victory for democracy, a victory for Quebec.
Au cours des derniers mois, nous
During the
avons
last
également
months,
réussi
we
autre chose
have
d'important. Nous
also
avons inscrit
managed something
les
else
intérêts
which
du
is
Québec au
important.
centre des engagements
We put the
du
interests
nouveau
of Quebec
gouvernement fédéral.
within the
Le Parti
undertakings
conservateur
of the
a
Liberal
repris
government.
plusieurs des priorités
The
du Bloc
Conservative
québécois,
Party picked up
qui sont aussi
several
celles du
priorities of the Bloc
à Monsieur
Québécois, and I would like to tell
s'il
Mr.
veut
Harper
régler le
that if
déséquilibre
he wants
fiscal,
to settle the fiscal imbalance,
le
if he
régler,
truly
et
wants
s'il
to settle
fait
it,
vraiment
and
une
if
place au
he
Québec
really
sur la scène internationale,
give Quebec its place in the international arena, he will find the Bloc Québécois at his side.
Le
The Bloc Québécois
n'a jamais pratiqué la politique
never
du pire
practiced
parce que c'est la pire des politiques.
policy of the worst because it's the worst politics, and we will make sure that Quebec moves forward because we know, my friends, that everything that moves Quebec forward makes us much closer to sovereignty.
The Liberals did. Gilles Duceppe, the leader of the Bloc Québécois, and keep in mind that was a speech given about an hour ago. It was during the speech given by Paul Martin, so we just wanted to bring you up to date on that. When you look at that block number, it doesn't look really that much different than last time round in 2004. 51 seats this time. They had 52 last time. Now, what's really different, though, is the share of the vote. Remember going into this campaign, how everybody said it was going to be a walk in the park for the Bloc Québécois. They could easily end up with 60 seats. Gilles Duceppe was talking openly about the possibility of getting more than 50% of the vote in the province of Quebec. Well, and what that may mean in terms of the great debate over the separation question in Quebec. Well, as it turns out, with the oncoming strength of the Conservative Party, that the Bloc only did about 42% of the vote in the province of Quebec. Still end up with a lot of seats, but it's got to be looked at in a way that ain't great for the Bloc Québécois in the continuing debate of who's up and who's down in the debate over sovereignty. Wendy Mesley has been watching Quebec tonight. Your thoughts on that?
Well, you're right, Peter. Really, it's only in Quebec we're winning 2/3 of the seats, more than 2/3 of the seat, and getting more than 40% of the vote is considered good news, bad news, because Gilles Duceppe did go out at the beginning of this campaign, maybe not crowing, but musing about the possibility of taking the sovereigntist vote above 50% for the first time ever. That was obviously before the Tory surge began to happen. 42%, you know that the Quebec papers tomorrow are going to be hammering him on that 42% because the sovereigntist movement is not going to form government in Ottawa. All it's there for is a protest movement, a sovereignty movement, and that has been, in terms of the popular vote, has been set back tonight. So that's why you heard him talking about, we have rallied the Quebec people, Quebecers of all stripes have come to us tonight. And it's true, in the island of Montreal, which has been the Liberal stronghold, where there's a strong Anglophone representation and a strong ethnic representation, there were breakthroughs in Liberal stronghold ridings by the Bloc tonight. So that's going to be the new message. I might not have 52%, but I've got non-Francos voting for me. The other message that he was sending tonight was, okay, you might be happy now thinking that you've got this new federalist option off in Ottawa for you. You have a seat at the table, but just wait. He was talking about the fiscal imbalance. He says Quebecers, and he's sort of fanning these expectations that Quebecers are going to be getting a $6 billion check in the mail as soon as the new government is formed. That's what they think they're owed. When that doesn't come, you know that Gilles Duceppe is going to be there saying, okay, well, you didn't give us the money. What about Kyoto? What about daycare? And that's when we'll see whether this honeymoon lasts and whether, obviously, the Tories are hoping this will be a repeat of the Diefenbaker experience so many years ago when he started with just a handful of seats like this and turned it into a majority with 50 seats from Quebec the next time around.
All
obviously
right.
not what Duceppe is hoping for.
Yeah, I know Don Newman wants to weigh in on this issue as well, because it has a far-reaching aspects to it, not just on the federal scene, but also on the provincial scene in Quebec. Jean Charest will be taking a look at this result tonight and trying to make it useful to him as well.
Well, that is true. It's interesting.
listening to that speech and the response that Duceppe was getting, you'd think that they hadn't heard what the results were. It was an amazing kind of performance, I thought, based on what was really happening. Now, politicians always put a best face on everything, but that really was pretty amazing. It was kind of like when George Bush lost to Bill Clinton, and he came back to the White House and his supporters were cheering him, and he was picked up on a microphone. He said, "Didn't they hear the results?" I mean, that's what that reminded me of tonight. What did they put on their TV screens? They were running it internally and they didn't know how it turned out? I mean, that struck me as very odd, because other than Paul Martin, he's the loser tonight. Not as big a loser as Martin, obviously, but again, it's the Conservatives who have caused his problems, just as they have for Paul Martin. Whether they're enduring or not, well, we'll find out. Now, on the issue of the provincial election, all of these things are little steps along the road. At least this is what the sovereignists in Quebec will tell you. All of these, whether they're a federal election, a provincial election, occasionally a referendum, these were all meant to be steps along the road that take Quebec to independence. And certainly these were backward steps today. But you have to be careful not to confuse federal elections with provincial elections in Quebec, because when you look at the public opinion polls in Quebec, Jean Charest is still very unpopular. Provincial elections usually turn at the end of the day on provincial issues. And so obviously this is not a good idea for Gilles Duceppe. If he'd gotten over 50% of the vote, even if he had a couple of fewer seats, he would have said, hey, look, we're halfway home. And he can't say that tonight. Whether or not that really means that Jean Charest can get re-elected, I wouldn't go that far. But there's no doubt, good day for federalism in Quebec, bad day for Gilles Duceppe. And when his supporters find that out, gee, they may not be as happy as they were tonight.
You know, Gilles Duceppe must be wondering, scratching his head, thinking about that decision he made last year about whether or not he should have gone into provincial politics, ran for the leadership of the Parti Québécois. It was assumed if he had, he probably would have won. He decided against doing that and staying with the Bloc, which was supposed to be the easy walk in the park in the next federal election. Gets the seats, doesn't get the votes. I know Rex wants to weigh in on this one as well. He's been sitting there scribbling away on this.
Well, Peter, there are a lot of things happening there tonight. I think there's 3 or 4 things that are worth a little bit of emphasis. It is very good that since 1993 we've had a structural handicap in our system, that there wasn't a second strong national party. And if one thing is accomplished tonight, and not too much, is that there is a Conservative Party that stretches from coast to coast. I also think that the element of the NDP being so strong tonight introduces that element of balance that seems to be so congenial to the Canadian temperament. That's a very strong thing. I also think, because there are pressures out west as well as pressures out east, that it is a nice thing that we can see now that there is a Prime Minister west of this province. And I think that's going to do something to a problem that doesn't get as much attention as Quebec separatism, but in certain ways, because of its subtlety, may even be more important. The final one that I'd take on this night is that, considering that the Liberal campaign was as weak as it was, it didn't show the best parts of Paul Martin, and considering the battering that they've taken from Gomery, it tells us how sturdy and how durable the Liberal Party is, and therefore that centrist position. There's a lot going on here tonight. It was a very balanced, and to borrow a word from an email, a very precise election. But there are very happy things in it. And also the final point, in Quebec, the idea that there's a presence of another party in Quebec takes the steam out of the Bloc, which has really had a fairly free ride. Mr. Duceppe has had many, many compliments, but no one outside of Quebec was weighing him as in terms of the Federation, the threat that he represents. This is a very interesting, and also I think is a very wholesome election.
Well, it certainly gives us lots of threads to talk about. Keith, you wanted to weigh in on that too?
Yeah, just to pick up on Rex's point, because I think we've made the point that they lost seats. We've made the point that they lost a share of their vote. But I think what Rex is suggesting may be even more important. They've lost Gomery and the sponsorship scandal as a weapon. They've lost it as a tool to beat the federal government with. There's a new presence that represents the federal government in Quebec that is not, at this point, vulnerable to the attack that was so useful to the Bloc in saving itself just 2 years ago from what looked like oblivion. They were resurrected on the strength of their ability to use that issue, and that issue disappeared with this election.
We're awaiting Stephen Harper's address to the nation and to his supporters in Calgary tonight, the next Prime Minister of Canada. He'll be the 22nd and one of the youngest. This is Conservative headquarters in Calgary. Mr. Harper has not made his way to the spot yet, probably just going over exactly what he wants to say and how he wants to say it. 46-year-old Harper will turn 47 in April of this year. The 22nd Prime Minister of Canada he will be. The 5th youngest at that age of 46 currently. The youngest on record going into office was Joe Clark, followed by Brian Mulroney, followed by the first appearance as Prime Minister of Arthur Meehan, and then Kim Campbell. After that becomes Stephen Clark at the age of 46. Will be the 5th youngest in Canadian history. Mr. Harper, sorry. So there's your headquarters in Calgary, still awaiting the arrival of Stephen Harper. Won't be long. Now, our panel, our esteemed panel here of Hugh Segal and Ed Broadbent and John Manley. Oh, wait a minute. It sounds like they just may be introducing Stephen Harper, who is backstage in the convention center in Calgary. And there he is. Stephen Harper and his wife, Lorraine Teskey, arriving in Calgary. They're backstage. They're not going to get mobbed by supporters and reporters in the same manner that some of the others were. But let's listen to see if he has anything to say as he walks by a bank of reporters here. Seems like he's just doing the handshake routine. After 8 weeks of it, all politicians get pretty good at it, but they also must get pretty tired of it. What's it like there, Ed Broadbent? Your hand get sore by the end of the campaign?
No, never.
Some of the supporters at the back of the hall.
She's gone.
All right, Carol McNeil is talking to Lorraine Teskey. All right, Carol. Somewhat similar to what we saw with the Layton entrance and the Martin entrance. Supporters are in the front row. They're getting their pictures on the night that Stephen Harper is elected the next Prime Minister of Canada. Keep in mind it will be some days, be upwards of 2 weeks before Stephen Harper is actually sworn in as the 22nd Prime Minister of Canada and announces his cabinet. A lot of decisions to be made over these next couple of weeks. First of all, the Liberals have to clear out of office. Stephen Harper can use the time to make the tough decisions he's going to have to out of that caucus of 124. Who's going to be in the cabinet? Who's going to hold the major portfolios? You have people who have been the shadow cabinet ministers, if you wish, for the last few years in opposition. Many of them have been in those positions for years now. You think Monty Solberg has been watching the finance portfolio. Now, is it possible that Monty Solberg could be the Minister of Finance? Tough when you think of it, both the Prime Minister and the Minister of Finance from the same province. That's a bit of a gamble, but it's also, somebody who's been a stalwart for the party. There are a number of potential ministers in other parts of the country as well. Hugh, what do you make of those?
Marc Lamond and Pierre Trudeau were the same. Minister of Finance.
John Fitch and Paul Martin were from the same.
And we know how well those two worked out together.
It was a successful team.
One also wants to think very carefully about the principle of putting critics in as ministers. Things one says as a critic are said in the freedom of opposition. When you're in government, you have to sometimes make other choices. So while some critics may very well end up being ministers, I think to assume that all critics cross the floor to occupy the position they've been critic of is not necessarily all that constructive.
So there we have it. The Conservative critics exaggerated and made promises they couldn't keep. From Hugh Segal himself.
There is an allotment for salesman's puffery in public life, and there's a tiny bit of that on all sides.
But they're going to be tough decisions he's got to make on cabinet, because there are, let's face it, there are a lot of people who've been there for some time through his old Reform days, through the Alliance days, and through the PC days, who are going to be expecting cabinet positions and may not get them. It's where you start to make or have the potential of making political enemies within your own caucus.
Well, and I think the Prime Minister designate has to think about, in a minority context, the size of cabinet. In many circumstances, who chairs various committees of the House when the opposition has a working majority on most of those committees. It's pretty fundamental. So there's a careful balancing act that has to transpire. And I think that an incoming Prime Minister wants to look at the organization and structure of Cabinet and make sure that what he inherited from the Liberals as a structure may not be, in fact, the best way to approach the structure of Cabinet going forward for the coalition he's trying to sustain.
Well, obviously, Stephen Harper's going to get a lot of credit for what happens today with the Conservatives taking over power, winning a minority government situation. But I guess you got to look back, and I think Hugh, you did as we signed on many hours ago, to the decisions made 2 years ago by not only Harper but by Peter MacKay, and to those who worked on that, putting together the union of the old PC party and what was the Canadian Alliance at the time into the Conservative Party of Canada. Obviously, if those decisions weren't made at that time, there were a lot of people involved behind the scenes on that one.
The summer of 2003 saw a negotiation involving Mr. Mazankowski for the Progressive Conservatives, Mr. Davis, Loyola Hearn, Scott Reid for the Alliance, Ray Speaker, and Jerry St. Germain, really working for many weeks to develop principles of union, which were then taken to the respective caucuses and then put forward as a referendum in both parties. And it was not an easy process, but it was one where there was a lot of goodwill, and people like both Mr. MacKay and Mr. Harper had to swallow hard and think about their obligation to the country as opposed to their obligation to the narrow political framework their particular brand of conservatism represented. Not easy, but it had to be done.
What would your recommendation? Sorry,
Just into a historical perspective, it will be interesting to see whether this Conservative coalition can withstand the pressures of governing, because the history teaches us that when the Liberals have been in power, the West votes Conservative. When the Conservatives are in power, the West creates a new party. We've seen it on a number of circumstances. This time, having been so badly shut out during the last number of elections, there may be more glue to make this a more adhesive coalition.
I think there is more glue, and I think it's because Mr. Harper's own experience, having started as a Progressive Conservative, then been with Preston Manning, then been with Deborah Gray, then started the Alliance, and then having reached out to the Progressive Conservatives to form the new Conservative Party, means that he's really well-rooted in all parts of the party. And I think that gives him an uncanny capacity to reach out to the pieces that can fall off the ship, as John suggests, but which he knows he has to keep together.
Actually, if you want to go back to the real beginnings of Stephen Harper's political life, he started as a Liberal.
So I understand. Isn't that unconfirmed?
No, he's even confirmed that as a young Liberal.
Far be it from me to comment on this similarity.
Forming a coalition with them a few minutes ago.
That was just with you.
The Peter MacKay issue. What does he do there?
Well, I think the first question is what is the appropriate structure of Cabinet, whether it is a place where Deputy Prime Minister or Prime Ministers make sense. There are other ways of going at it, being President of the Privy Council, being the President and in charge of the something like the Policy and Priorities Committee of Cabinet. There's a range of options to address, and I suspect that'll be something which he and his advisors will be reflecting on starting tomorrow morning.
You know, there's one former Deputy Prime Minister sitting at the table here.
Indeed.
And that, of course, is John Manley. And sometimes you wonder if it's anything more than the name, Deputy Prime Minister. I mean, is there any...
Well, funny you should say that, because I told Mr. Chrétien I didn't want a title, and he gave me about 4 jobs to go with it. And I afterwards wondered whether I had asked for too much. It's been a mixed bag. In Anne McClellan's case, she had important departmental responsibilities as well. In some other cases, it's been largely ceremonial, and it can be an important role. And it really depends on the structure that the Prime Minister decides to put in place.
Only one former Deputy Prime Minister went on to become Prime Minister.
All right.
Tick, tick, tick. Hands on your buzzers.
Who?
Jean Chrétien.
Was he deputy? Who was it? When
For
was
John Turner in '84.
Wow.
For
brief moment.
Heartbeat.
It must have been a heartbeat. Oh, I didn't.
Stephen Harper reaching the front of the stage, the podium area in Calgary. And when you've waited this long for this moment, you're clearly going to enjoy every second of it. So let's listen in.
Merci
Stephen Harper.
beaucoup. Thank you. Merci beaucoup. Tonight, friends, our great country has voted for change. And Canadians have asked our party to take the lead in delivering that change.
This evening, I tell Canadians, we will respect your trust and we will stick to our word.
We will honor your trust. We will deliver on our commitments. Now, friends, as you know, there are no individual victories in politics. Politics is a team sport, and there are a lot of people I would like to thank. First and foremost, I would like to thank the people of Calgary Southwest. Thank you for the great honor of having given me yet another privilege, another term, to serve as your representative. And though I'm not often in Calgary or even Alberta, Lorene and I always take you with us. No matter where we go, this remains our home. So to our local campaign team, thank you so much for a job well done. I'd also like to thank our campaign team in Ottawa, which I know is celebrating another party right there, right now. Give them a big hand. And to the thousands of Conservative candidates and volunteers across this country, I thank you for your donations, your prayers, and your labors that got us this far. I congratulate you for, first, working so hard to bring our great party together and for running solid campaigns in every corner of this country. Friends, we came together as a party and now we will govern for all Canadians. On a personal note, I'd like to spend a few minutes thanking my family, to my mother, my father, my brothers, and so many other relatives and close friends. Thank you for your unwavering support and encouragement over all of those years. To Ben and Rachel, I have to tell you, your dad's heart aches when he can't spend as much time with you as he'd like, but we always love you nonetheless. Thank you, kids. And of course, to my dear wife, Lorene, I have to say, not a day goes by where I'm not in awe of how you have managed the surprises in our marriage. And I want to tell you that it's your love and support that keeps me going. Thank you. My friends, earlier this evening, I spoke with the Prime Minister. He graciously offered both his congratulations and his cooperation as we begin this process of change. Since 1988, Mr. Martin has worked hard for the people of Canada as a Member of Parliament, as Minister of Finance and Prime Minister.
I would like to thank Mr. Martin for his contribution to Canada and Canadians.
Mr. Martin for his service to Canada and to Canadians. To Mr. Layton and Monsieur Duceppe, I want to congratulate you both for running solid and honorable campaigns. Congratulations. Félicitations. You know, all of our parties have different philosophies, but we are all Democrats. And we are stronger because our opponents have put themselves on the line and have advanced the policies and values in which they believe. I'd also like to acknowledge and congratulate each and every Canadian who put his or her name forward for public office in this election. To those who were successful, I look forward to working with you in the House of Commons. To those who were not, I salute your efforts, having run and lost in elections before. I know how difficult it is to pour your heart into a campaign and come up short. Thank you for putting yourselves forward in the service of your country.
My friends, during this campaign, we spoke a lot about values.
We talked a lot about values. And one of the oldest and most enduring Canadian values is democracy. The principle that we can change our government without risking our freedoms or our lives. Despite the divisions and discords of an election, the ability to peacefully change and renew our nation's leadership remains one of our country's great strengths. My friends, this is a freedom for which our ancestors perished, for which our veterans fought, for which those in our armed forces still today sacrifice, for which too many in our world still yearn. It is a freedom we must always, always cherish.
This evening, for the 39th time, Canadians have elected a new parliament. And as it has happened before, Canadians elected a new government. Allow me to tell you that throughout all those different governments, throughout these different governments, in different periods of time, with different priorities, there is something which unites us since the days of Macdonald-Cartier until the Conservatives whom I lead today. Canada, which is sovereign, strong, united, and free.
Today, for the 39th time in 139 years, Canadians have elected a new parliament. And as we have done many times before, Canadians have selected a new government. Let me say here tonight, and to remind all of you, that through all these different governments, with their different priorities, in their different eras, one constant binds us from Macdonald's coalition of Tories and Reformers to the modern Conservative Party I lead. Canada, strong, united, independent, and free. To those who did not vote for us, I pledge to lead a government that will work for all of us. We will move forward together. Our national identity was not forged by government policy. It does not flow from any one program, any one leader, or any one party. Our Canada is rooted in our shared history and in the values which have and will endure. Throughout this campaign, I was inspired by the thousands of Canadians I met who embody those values. Individuals, families, workers, business people trying to get ahead. Parents doing their best to teach their kids right from wrong. immigrants discovering new opportunities in a new land, seniors seeking security, the youth promoting their ideals, East and West, English and French, city and country, men and women, Canadians old and new. This is the Canada we know, the Canada we love, the Canada we will strengthen. In asking us to lead change, the Canadian people have asked us to pursue our priorities. Throughout this campaign, we were crystal clear about where we will lead. Désormais, nous allons changer pour vrai la façon de faire les choses à Ottawa.
The way things are done in Ottawa. The first bill which we will introduce will be the Act on Federal Responsibility. This will do what René Lévesque did in the province of Quebec 3 decades ago. From now on, we will reduce income tax, starting with GST. We will reform the justice system in order to fight against crime and gangs. From now on, we will offer parents an allocation for childcare and will work with the provinces in order to reduce wait lists in terms of health.
We will clean up Ottawa by proposing and passing the Federal Accountability Act. We will do this because shuffling the deck in Ottawa is not good enough. We need to change the system, and we will change the system to strengthen our institutions and make them more accountable to you, the Canadian taxpayers. We will reduce your tax burden, starting by cutting the GST from 7% to 6% immediately, and over our mandate to 5%. We will reform our justice system to make it stronger and to ensure we turn back the growing plague of guns, gangs, and drugs in our cities and communities. We will offer parents direct assistance, real choice, and real results in childcare. We will work with our provinces to give Canadians the health care they paid for by developing a patient wait times guarantee. Perhaps most importantly, we will begin the task of rebuilding federalism in the province of Quebec.
During this campaign, I took clear undertakings towards Quebecers. From now on, my government will work together with the government of Quebec so that these promises become reality. From now on, we will have a federalism which is open, and we will address the legitimate interests and the hopes of Quebec society.
I am especially proud tonight of the fact that both Anglophones and Francophones work together to begin to bring about real change in Quebec. Our government will build a new and dynamic voice for federalism in Quebec, et ensemble, nous allons donner au Québec le pouvoir et la fierté.
Quebec both power and pride.
Now, friends, to the people of the West, Alberta, British Columbia, Saskatchewan, Manitoba. Let me just say one thing and let me be clear. The West has wanted in. The West is in now. Canada will work for all of us. Canada, the very different provinces of Newfoundland and Labrador, Prince Edward Island, New Brunswick, and Nova Scotia. We know that Made in Ottawa solutions are not the answer. We will give you more control over your resources because I know that for my ancestral home, the best is yet to come. To the people of the North, especially Yukon, Nunavut, and the Northwest Territories, I say, we see, we understand your potential, and we look forward to helping you build your dreams. And finally, last but certainly not least, to Ontario, where I was born and raised. Thank you tonight for your increased support and your confidence. A strong Canada requires a strong Ontario, and our government will keep our economic heartland moving forward. To those around the world who have watched this campaign, our message is the same. The result tonight signals a change of government, not a change of country. We will stay the course of balanced budgets, low inflation, debt repayment, and economic stability. We will continue to help defend our values and democratic ideals around the globe, as so courageously demonstrated by our young soldiers who are serving and who have sacrificed in Afghanistan. Friends, while always charting a path in the best interests of Canada, we will seek to work cooperatively with our friends and allies and constructively with all of the nations of the world. Tonight, although Canadians have voted for change, they have not given any one party in the House of Commons a majority. They have asked us to cooperate, to work together, and to get on with tackling the real concerns of ordinary working people and their families. I look forward to working with all of the parties and all of the members of Parliament to build consensus and move this country forward. Friends, I have never been so proud of our great country, and I am honored and overwhelmed to be asked to lead it.
My friends, we are going to govern with an open mind.
We will govern as we campaigned, in a spirit of hope, not fear. We will do all that we can. We will give it all we've got, and from time to time, we will even make mistakes. Mais je veux vous assurer d'une chose.
Let me assure you of one thing. I will devote myself to have a strong Quebec within a better Canada.
I will assure you of one thing. I will dedicate myself to making Canada more united, stronger, more prosperous, and a safer country. Enjoy this moment, my friends. The time has come. The moment is here. Tomorrow we get to work for individuals, for families, for communities, for all of us. Thank you. Merci beaucoup. God bless Canada.
There he is, your new Prime Minister. Get used to that title, Prime Minister Stephen Harper. We will honor your trust. We will deliver on our commitments, was one of his opening lines, and then he proceeded to list the commitments that he'd made to the Canadian people through the campaign in a boisterous speech in Calgary that touched on all the bases of the campaign platform and touched on all the bases of the country in terms of what his new government expects to deliver. But Keith, he also was realistic near the end there, talking about the fact that the Canadians have not given a majority government to anyone tonight. They're in a minority situation, and Canadians want to see cooperation. He says he can do that.
Yeah, there are a lot of difficult challenges ahead because of that, too. You know, the spirit of cooperation is one thing. Deciding on an agenda over which to cooperate is another. Choosing a cabinet for a minority government from an inexperienced caucus, inexperienced in terms of the number of people who actually run departments in provincial governments or at the federal level. And I would suggest that probably the cabinet you choose to front a minority government might be somewhat different from the cabinet you would choose to front a majority government. You would probably prize experience over just about anything else in a short-term minority government, whereas in a longer term you might take some chances and so on. So I think to some degree his choices might be narrowed by that. But I think that the whole question of what is the agenda of a minority government with this kind of parliament is going to be an interesting one to watch play itself out.
And we've got some time before we see that.
And there you see a picture from the Canadian Broadcasting Corporation of the Conservative Party leader, Stephen Harper. A big night for the Conservatives in Canada tonight. We're going to leave our simulcast of the CBC, Stephen Harper there in Calgary, addressing his supporters, now tasked with the formation of a conservative